Good morning, commissioners. Welcome back to our beautiful state capitol. Spring, beautiful trees, allergy season, but welcome back. So it feels like we were just here. I love that. Yeah, this is the close time. I appreciate that. Matt, Stacy, thank you for the work that you have done putting our meeting together. Layla from our State Board office, welcome. Thank you for your support. And commissioners, welcome. So why don't we start with roll call, Matt? Does that work?
Michelle Andrus.
Here.
Mildred Brown. Summer Harding. Pavani Hayes-White.
Here.
Sarah Jocham.
Present.
Kipper Lopez. Christina Mills. Gloria Perez-Stewart. Gina Plate.
Here.
Kayla Rodriguez.
Here.
Kimberly Salmonson.
Here.
Barbara Schulman.
Here.
Neen Topalian.
Here.
David Toston.
Here.
Ewan Locke. Here. Mike Infante.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum.
Fantastic. All right, Kayla, would you like to lead us in the flag salute?
Okay, ready, everyone? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Fantastic. Thank you. And I did not welcome members of the public, but thank you so much for joining us. We have an action-packed couple of days and really appreciate your engagement. All right, let's do a few announcements. So this morning we held Operations and Planning meeting, and just as a reminder, the Operations and Planning Committee is made up of the leadership of our each committees. So leadership of our Mental Health Subcommittee, our Leg Subcommittee, and our Policy Subcommittee, along with Michelle and I, Kristen Wright, our State Director, and Matt, get together to talk about the work of the Commission. We talk about a couple of the different items on the agenda. We talked about talking points for our Leg visits tomorrow, and talked about the Goal Award. So let me give you a few highlights from that discussion. In our subcommittees, we'll be talking both about current legislation that's working its way through the process. We'll talk about the work of the Commission and what the right messages or talking points as you go into the Capitol tomorrow. Love this time of year. While it's very busy, I'm so appreciative that our appointing bodies seek the input from us. And it's spring recess, which gives us the opportunity to engage with staff in a more meaningful way because they don't have the same level of committees and hearings happening. So it's there's more space for conversation. So really excited about that visit tomorrow, and you'll learn some more details about what we're going to talk about in your committees. We talked about the Goal Award. So thank you for those that sent those opportunities out into your stakeholder groups. The application period has closed, and Matt will be sending around the applications and the rubrics to score them to our application committee. So thank you for those of you that are a part of that committee. And then we discussed the fact that we are now getting ready for our nomination for our chair and vice chair for 2019-2020. And if you'll remember at our last meeting, we talked about updates to the bylaws to update how it operates, to make sure they are reflective of how we are doing our nomination and election process, and that we bring it up to current code so that we are compliant. So you'll be seeing, I think, are those that draft in our packets, Matt? Okay, great. So if you have time, we do have a bylaw discussion later in the day where Matt will walk us through those edits. But if you have time between now and that item, if you'll take a look at them, and then we'll be able to do our nomination process at that time. Michelle, would you like to review our agenda for us?
Sure thing. Okay, so we're going to start off with an update on California's accountability system, otherwise I guess known as the dashboard. The Mental Health Subcommittee report will report out on a few of the key items that we discussed this morning. There'll be an assessment update, primarily on the California Science Test. And then we're going to get to hear from our new student commissioner, Mike Infante. Mike, did I say your last name correctly? Yeah. Great. I'm looking forward to that. And then we'll have liaison reports from the state board. And I think, Layla, are you going to be reporting out for us today? Nikki will be here? Okay, great. And then after lunch, we will hear about an update on the preliminary education specialist credential language, and there was quite a bit of debate the last time we were here, so I'm interested in that one. We'll hear a little bit more from our breakout groups, Leg and Policy. They're going to go over some of their key items. We're going to come back together for a report out, and then after a brief break, we'll hear voices from the field, and we'll have a discussion on the bylaws, and then general public comment and some notes for tomorrow's preparation, going over to the state capitol. And we'll start tomorrow at the state capitol. We won't be here, so from 9 to noon, the commissioners will be over there. So that's it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. So we are ready to launch into, yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I just wanted to add, since there are the names of the speakers aren't in the agenda, each of you have a document in the front left folder, or the front left kind of pocket there, with the names of the presenters. So
Fantastic. Thank you for, I know some folks gave that feedback after the last meeting that it's nice to know individuals' names, so thank you for that. We have a couple minutes before our first presentation. Do you want to orient us to what we have in front of us? I know there's a few things for us to look at and review, but is there anything specific that you want to point out that people should review in the packet?
yeah, actually, I would think just this morning, if there's any kind of breaks, that, well, actually at lunch, I guess, we have the people from the CTC coming right after lunch, and they passed some language for the new credentials, and that's in your packet. It's 6 supplemental, and so I would recommend looking at that. The bylaw changes obviously as well, and
Perfect. Enjoy what you put together for us. Thank you. It is nice to have everything here. All right. Questions, comments, commissioners, before we jump into item number 1? No? All right. Well, with that, let me welcome Cindy Kazanis and Jenny Singh, or just Cindy, to the podium. Welcome, guys. Thank you. It's always nice to have you.
Got it. We're good. We're good. Thank you. Thank you, Gina and others, Matt, for getting us organized, as always. I'm Cindy Kazanis, the Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Division, and we were asked to bring today a refresher about the accountability system, and also how students with disabilities are included, like everybody else, in our system of support and identification. So we have a short slide deck that we're going to walk through. Jenny's going to help towards the middle of the conversation to talk about the actual identification of schools and districts, and then talk a little about how special education students are treated, or how we're thinking about treating them in terms of district of residence and some of the issues that I think you all know really well. So we're looking for your feedback, but we also wanted this to be a bit of an educational experience and remind us all how the development of the accountability system has been playing out now that we've had 2 dashboards, and have used the dashboard not only for district identification under our state accountability system, but our school identification process for the first time under our federal requirements. So mentioned a brief overview, so we'll talk a little bit about the basics, and then we'll get into the criteria that we're using to identify, again, districts and our schools for support. And we're going to talk a little bit about the work that we have been engaging with Kristen Wright and others in our special education division and across the state, getting feedback on how we treat our students with disabilities and, again, district of residence type issues. So just as a reminder, we have 6 state indicators. We are now fully built out of the dashboard. The state indicators, of course, are based on information that's collected at the state level. So discipline. So we do have an indicator for suspension rate. We have the same for chronic absenteeism. Again, for the first time this past year, the graduation rate, college career indicator, our academic indicator, and then our English learner progress indicator. Our 5 local indicators are equally important. Hopefully, you've had a chance to look at how your local district, and a district, of course, is also considered a charter school, is completing the local indicators. So for the first time, we have used the local indicator data for the identification process. So Jenny will talk a little bit about that as well. But that information is something that is developed at the local level. It's responding to a rubric or a set of questions that the state board has adopted. So something like parent engagement, climate and culture under that, looking at surveys of parents. For Williams, we are required to report out on basics, so misassignment of teachers. So all those things come to life under the local indicators. And so I think sometimes we don't mention it, but it is at the same level as a state indicator, but it is developed locally. It's submitted for the LEA, so you're not going to see some of this information at a school level unless it's a charter school, but that information is publicly posted with the dashboard. And we do have a file for those of you that like doing research. You could see everybody's responses from the over 1,000 school districts and, again, all of our charter schools. So these indicators are all tied, of course, to our 10 LCFF priority areas. Just, again, basics for background, because this has been coming up quite a bit, especially when we're talking about populations that especially that you serve, that we need to have at least 30 students in the current and the prior year. If you had 27 students one year and 30 another year, you will not see a color on the dashboard, but you will see the data that is available. If you go down to less than 11 students, you will not see data beyond just the basic number of students for privacy reasons. That changes when we look at homeless and foster youth. There is education code that specifies that N size is different at the LEA level, so that is 15 students. If you're at a school level, again, this wouldn't be a charter school under LCFF, since charter schools are treated as LEAs, but at a school level, it's at 30, and that's because we need to be consistent on our N size for federal purposes. The other piece that we've worked into the design of the accountability system, and this is similar to previous practice under the former accountability system, is looking at small student populations. And because we're aware, first of all, I think it came from some of our rural districts, but it actually applies to small populations within urban districts as well. So the concern is that there's more volatility when you have smaller student populations. And so what we have done the research and we've presented to the state board, which they have adopted a model we're going to talk about in just a bit, is that there tends to be an over-identification in the red and the blue performance levels. So over 2 years ago, we met with a group of small school districts. We did the data analysis to come up with a recommendation on how to move forward. One of the things we needed to look at was what is considered small. For some, it's 250. Some of it's 150, and we actually came up with 150 as being the criteria. The 3 indicators we've done the data work on and the board has adopted this small student population adjusted grid for is graduation rate, suspension rate, and chronic absenteeism. So what is done, and it'll be visual on the next page, but just verbally I'm going to explain, is we take out the 2 extreme columns. So we call it a 3x5 grid. So we not only increase significantly, but decline significantly. So this is applied when the N size is 149 or less. Graduation rate indicator, you can see the N size is based on who was expected to graduate. So while you may be in a school of, let's say, 400 students for a high school, if the student population for the graduation rate for that 12th grade class is under 149 or less, this would be applied. That's how this works. We also have the metrics for suspension rate we're looking at students who are cumulatively enrolled, and then for chronic absenteeism, students who meet the enrollment eligibility criteria. So this is how it visually looks when we apply that 3x5 grid for our smaller student populations. So we've been working with this grid now for 2 dashboards. As I indicated, it was implemented for 2017. We were able to expand it to the college, the chronic absenteeism indicator this last year. And so we, again, this has been very helpful to those smaller school populations because it allows for more stability when you have a group of students that may be absent or something along those lines. So with that, I wanted to just pause for questions. I know we've gone over a lot. I've shown you the dashboard in the past. We've done a live demonstration, but there are new faces, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page before we move into eligibility criteria and Jenny comes up and talks about things.
Great. Thank you, Cindy. Really appreciate that. Kayla?
Hi, good morning. My only question is, you referred to the small number of students. Does that apply also for alternative education programs, or just, is that a separate?
No, that definitely does apply to alternative education programs, and in fact, it probably helps them more so than it helps some of our
Right.
Yeah, so we did, when we do these types of data simulations, we look at the type of school as well. So we look at charter versus non-charter. We'll look at alternative schools versus our traditional schools and see the impact.
And the same formula will apply to them?
Exactly.
Okay.
So it has applied to them. There's no, just like alternative schools on the dashboard, there's no asterisk that says this is an alternative school, right? We just treat everybody the same. They're all part of the dashboard. There's no separate dashboard for them, just like there's no separate indicator that it's a 3x5. It's a condensed grid.
Nice. Thank you. Summer?
Hi, I'm not sure if this is the right area to ask the question, so if it's not, just put me off until a better time. But I wanted to re-explore the notion, if your department looked at the element of suspension rates in elementary school and how sometimes those are not yet identified special education issues, and how we needed to look at maybe the cut points, because sometimes you have a condition in which the school might be advocating for the need for an IEP or be exploring that as an option, but the parents are not ready to look at that yet. And so suspension becomes kind of an overinflated number at times. And I know I brought this up at a previous meeting, but I just wanted to follow up to see if any conversations had taken place in that regard.
I don't, I apologize. I don't recall that specific conversation. When we did set the cut scores for, or rather came up with the recommendation to the state board to adopt the cut scores for suspension rate, that is the one indicator that does it specifically by grade span. So there are different cut scores for elementary, middle, and high school. But what I'm hearing you say is more around, holistically around how students are suspended, especially at the elementary school level, and if there's an interaction with the potentially with students with disabilities, or they're not yet identified as students with disabilities. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so what can happen is a school can, if you're embarking upon a relationship with a parent to start talking about behavioral concerns with the child, that can take time. And so the school might very well be advocating for increased services for a student that has behavioral concerns, but you just might not be able to be providing those services as yet, because you're going through a process with parents understanding the significance of the behavioral problems. So towards that end, suspension becomes one of the only options for response for a school to really significant behavioral problems. So the school ends up getting in the red in suspension rates, even though they are doing everything they can be doing to be doing a great job, to be trying to address it. So I think there needs to be some look at what those cut scores are in elementary, because it's very different. In high school, you have a long span of time in which behavioral concerns have been showing up for a student. But in elementary school, in kindergarten and first grade, there's only 1 or 2 years that you're looking at that. And so it's sad to see a school being in the red for something that they're trying very hard to address.
I understand the issue now. And I guess just a couple of thoughts is that we only count the student if they're suspended once at the school site. If they move schools and are suspended at another school, they would be counted in that school's population. But the number of times a student is suspended is not detrimental. You only get one chance to get suspended under the indicator. Hopefully that makes sense. And in terms of holistically looking at the suspensions in general, and there has been several attempts at legislation to curtail certain types of suspensions. The previous governor put into the budget last year $15 million to specifically look at discipline. And so there is a grant out of the, Kristen, can you help me with MTSS? What does the acronym stand for? Multi-tier system of support. I knew I had the right people to help me in the room. Through that system, UCLA has been given $15 million to look this issue under the leadership of Dr. Pedro Nahara. And I know that they've gotten started. We've had some initial conversations with them, but there's definite steps in that piece of education code or the budget bill that they're required to look at these types of things and work with individual LEAs. And so that may be an interesting thing that the commission may want to monitor. But I know that work has started. Again, $15 million, and I think it's a 3-year period. So sometimes the types of things that I think that we would like to do and to be able to internally evaluate those kinds of things, sometimes we need some external partners. I think that's what the prior governor tried to do, is to make this a more widespread review.
Just something to consider. This will be my last point, but it would be nice. I don't know if it's available to be able to be done statistically, but let's say a school experiences a cluster of significant behavior problems coming in. If they could submit something to show that they are making every effort to address it through offering services and support, maybe if you could do it, that suspension rate could then be mitigated somehow. That might be helpful for the school.
It's a good ask. I wish I had the magic wand to say we can waive somebody, but what I can say is that if they get a red or if they get an orange on an indicator, the district or the charter school is required to address that in their local control and accountability plan. So that is their opportunity to talk about the strategies which are in place to help mitigate those. And it's not just at the all student level, it's at the individual student group level. That's how we look at eligibility criteria. So if the plan is not working, that should have been the vehicle that we start to get at what you're saying, what you're suggesting. And if you have examples of that, by all means, we would love to hear that offline. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Jenny up. I don't want to get you behind on your first item. Got Matt behind me. The time clock.
Okay, so I'm Jenny Singh, and I work with Cindy, and I'm going to review the criteria that we use to identify LEAs for support under LCFF, the local control funding formula. Because we added the local indicators this year, I think that's confused a lot of people, so we want to make sure that everyone understands that we have used local indicators for the first time to identify LEAs. So if you've got a not met for 2 or more years and at least 2 priority areas, like priority area 1 and 2, you could be identified on local indicators only. So that's really important to understand. So we did have some districts that were identified specifically for not submitting their local indicators. And then we have state indicators only. I think everyone is really familiar with how that criteria works, but we'll go over it a little more detail on some of the other slides. So if you have one student group that meets the criteria in at least 2 priority areas, like the Hispanic group is red for chronic absenteeism and suspension, those are 2 different priority areas, then that LEA would be identified. Okay, and then we have a combination of local and state indicators, and I think this is what is confusing to most people. And we did have a district that was identified under this particular scenario. So it's important to understand that if a district misses the local indicator, they did not submit a local indicator, and they have not met for 2 or more years, that local indicator that not met for 2 years applies to every student group in the district. So now you've got every student group that has missed one priority area because the district did not submit the local indicator. So if you have a student group that has that not met for 2 or more years applied, and that student group misses on another priority area for the state indicator, like red on the graduation rate, then the LEA would get identified. So how do we get ratings for local indicators? So LEAs, submitting the local indicators and how they're rated is a process, and that is really important to understand. So the process is that the districts have to annually measure progress on their local performance indicators based on their own data. So they have to go through the process of the local indicators. They have the self-assessment tools that they use, and if they complete that they have finished step 1 of the process. Then you must take that and you must have that at one of your local board meetings. It must be on a regularly scheduled local board meeting for conversation with the community. That's step 2. Step 3 is that you then upload that information to the dashboard. Now, that's the process. You do those 3 steps and you have met the criteria. It does not have anything to do with whether you met the local goal. It's that you met the criteria of following the 3-step process. Okay? If you did not submit anything up for the local indicators, we automatically say that's a not met. You didn't upload it. Even if you did 1 and 2, you didn't upload that data, it's considered not met. That automatically gets populated as not met. And if you do not do this process for 2 years in a row, then you get not met for 2 or more years. And so here are the LCFF identification criteria. And the one thing I really want to point out, because I think this is confusing to a lot of people, when you look at pupil achievement priority area 4, if a district has a red on ELA, a red on math, and a red on English learner progress, they still will not get identified, because all 3 of those are in one priority area. You have to meet the criteria in one of the other priority areas. So that's the important thing to remember. So if you've got red on all of those, and then you get a red on suspension for one of your student groups, then the district could get identified. And so here's an example. We have a couple examples just to show you. I don't think I'll go over all of them in great detail, but here we have a County Office of Education. They were identified for multiple student groups. So it wasn't just one student group that met the criteria, it was a lot of different student groups. So we have the African American student group, the Asian, you can see all of them here, in addition to students with disabilities. They met the criteria in multiple priority areas. And then here's an example of a county office that only met it based on one student group. And this happened a lot for the identification process. A lot of districts were identified for one student group. In fact, most. That was the majority. And in this case, it happens to be the students with disabilities, because they are read in chronic and suspension. That's 2 different priority areas, 5 and 6. And then here we have an elementary school district that was identified because they met the criteria on a state indicator and a local indicator. So remember when I was talking about the local indicators, that it gets applied to every student group if you have a not met. So all the student groups had that not met for that local indicator attached to them. And this particular, in this particular scenario, they had a socioeconomically disadvantaged group that met the criteria for the academic indicator. They were red in math and orange in ELA. And so therefore, they were identified for this particular student group because they met the academic criteria and the local indicator criteria. So just a reminder, I think I've presented this to you before. There are 386 LEAs that are eligible for differentiated assistance in 2018. There are 3 student groups that showed up the most as needing some additional support, and this is based just on the state indicator data, and that was students with disabilities. There were 243 LEAs were eligible based on that student group. 145 LEAs were eligible because of homeless students, and 106 LEAs were eligible for assistance due to foster youth student group. So any questions about that before we move forward into the next topic?
Thank you, Jenny. Commissioners, questions, thoughts before we move on? Nope, not seeing any.
Great. So we got this question a lot as we were moving forward with the accountability system, especially when we were talking about county offices, is who is accountable for students with disabilities? And the answer to that question is it depends. At the school level, we always say that accountability rests with the school of service. The school that is providing the service is held accountable for every student that they have in their school, that is enrolled in their school. And so that's pretty clear. At the district level, we have a lot of factors that we're looking at. And because of these different factors, COEs are often inquiring why they received a color on their dashboard for some indicators, but not the academic indicator. And that is because we have carried over a rule that we used under our old accountability system. So currently, if a district cannot provide a service for the students with disabilities, it enters into an MOU with another entity, and that entity could be another district, right? Could be the district next door. They might have a program that is really helpful, and they're going to send their student there. That's a public district. It could be a special education school in that district. So a special education school is defined by what we call the school ownership code. So if they are a special ed school, then they could send them there. There are plenty of programs that reside at particular school sites. So they're at a regular school. So it's a program at a school. So it's a non-special education school in another district. Then there's the County Office of Education. And we know that a lot of students are sent to the County Office of Education for support and services. And then, of course, we have the non-public schools, or NPS schools, that districts can enter into an MOU. So for the academic indicator, remember I said we carried over a rule from our old accountability system. Under the old accountability system, if a student receives services from a special education school, again, based on the ownership code, the assessment results are sent back to the district of residence for inclusion into their dashboard. So it goes from the county back to the district of residence. And there's this field in CalPADS. It's the accountability, special education accountability field. So if that field is complete, we send the student back. If that field is blank, that student stays at the county office or at the district where they're being supported. In that case, if we send the student back to the district of residence, the district that is providing the service is not held accountable for that student. But remember that they really do have some accountability in place because their school is going to get a dashboard with those students in there. So we do that for the academic indicator. For all the other indicators, we do not send students back to the district of residence. That only applies to the academic indicator. So what we're thinking about doing is making a change to these rules for the 2019 dashboard. Gina, do you have a question?
Can you go back? I was just looking. I missed, for the students that are served in the non-public school setting, did you say that you send their scores back to the district of residence?
For academic indicator, yes, we do.
For academic indicator, it shows up on the district of residence dashboard.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, it also does for the graduation rate as well.
Oh, okay. Thank
But
you.
those are just NPS schools. For all the others, for the county office and for districts, the graduation rate is not sent back to the district of residence.
But for non-public schools, it is. Okay, thank you. David, did you have a question?
Yeah, quick question. So the District of Service is accountable for all other indicators. So the COE, academic results go back to the District of Residence, but the attendance or chronic absenteeism is the County Office of Ed providing the service on behalf of districts. That indicator is their responsibility?
That is correct, under the current rules that we have. Could we make this more complicated? I don't think so, but. So we are actually thinking about changing the rules, and we want to hold the District of Residence accountable for all indicators. Okay? So it would be for all indicators and for all students with disabilities. So we would no longer look to see if the school was a special education school based on ownership code. We would just look to see if a student with disabilities was at a district or a county or an NPS. We would look to see if they had a code that said this is the District of Special Ed Accountability. And if they did, we would send that district back to the District of Residence. And so we're proposing this because it ensures that the district that receives the federal IDEA funding for these students is held accountable for the outcomes of these students. So it would apply to all of the indicators.
Okay, I'm just going to have to jump in, you guys. I'm just so concerned about that because I feel like there's not even enough oversight over non-public schools and other types of, out-of-district placements for some students with disabilities. And then we're held accountable for their practices, which in LA Unified, I can't even get them to log their services in Welligent. So the idea that this is a reflection on the sending school, the home district, seems unfair, to be frank, but beyond that, just doesn't seem to assist in making the education better for those students there, because now it seems like the accountability has been removed completely for the school that's actually educating the students. That's just my point of view, but I do work in this area quite a bit, and so it's causing me some concern.
No. Okay, so of course, this would have a really big impact on county offices of education, because then the county offices themselves would not be held accountable for those students with disabilities that are in their schools. Now, keep in mind that this is for schools where there's a placement and there's an MOU in place, right? And when we're talking about juvenile court schools or community day schools, that's a non-voluntary placement. So those students would stay at the juvenile court schools and in the county offices. But those that are attending schools within a district, a special education school, all of their data will go back to their district of residence.
Okay, Havania and then Kayla.
I just want to better understand what is the rationale behind the proposed change. So can you give me an explanation of why you guys are wanting to put all the accountable indicators on the District of Residence versus on the District of Service? What is the reason?
So there are a couple of reasons. One is that the district is accountable for those students. It's their responsibility to develop the IEP for those students. It's their responsibility to find the appropriate placement for those students. And it's also their responsibility to make sure that those students are receiving the services that were agreed upon and that the service provider is doing the expected job. So that's one reason. And Kristen, do you want to jump in?
I don't know. So this conversation that's happening is really around who holds the ultimate accountability for individual students. Now, I don't think it means that whoever's serving the student is not accountable, okay? But if you have a contractor, if essentially you're on this is your student, and you've decided that the county who's serving on an MOU with you, who you're giving money to serve the student from your IDEA funds in your district, they're going to serve your student in one of their programs. Really, it's a mutual accountability, but the ultimate accountability rests on who took the responsibility under accepting the IDEA funds, and that student is a member of that school district. And so this is really just about trying to right the ship, because what's happening is we have 34 county offices who are in differentiated assistance for students with disabilities, many of them for students with disabilities. And the question comes, as they're doing their work to try to improve for their students with disabilities, it's not, they don't hold all the IEPs and all the pieces with that student necessarily. I mean, it really looks a lot of different ways all over the state, and that's part of the issue too, is that we have to think about, if we're looking at continuous improvement, who is it that's ultimately legally responsible, who's technically responsible, and and financially responsible, but who we hold accountable, right? If there's a complaint or something else, is the district who accepts the IDEA funds and has that student as a member of that school district. And then whatever happens, if you're using a non-public school to deliver your services for a particular student, that's a private company. That's a private school. That's not a public school, and they're not in the dashboard. They're a private school, and you're paying money to this private school to serve your student because they need a different environment. And so ultimately, who can, if there's issues that aren't going well, who's responsible and who fixes the problem? The district that has that student in their district. So just in terms of when we're looking at the dashboard and looking at continuous improvement, it's just a question of who are we holding ultimately responsible, and who holds the IEP at the end of the day, who holds that IEP with that student and family, who can make changes if that's necessary. That's what this is about. But I think collectively, districts and county offices are working in partnership to deliver these services in counties and in SELPAs. And so I don't think there's any intent to try to not say that someone's not responsible if they're in a county program. The county is responsible for delivering the services because they're on this, but the county and district should be working together to make sure that that's the best environment for that student. That's all it's saying. So I hope that's helpful, but I don't think we have to figure out what it is that we're doing and how we're holding folks accountable that's coherent and makes sense across the state. And I think that's kind of what Jenny's saying, is that this is one way of righting the ship, like who is ultimately responsible. And then however you figure out how to deliver services in your county or yourself is up to you, but you're taking the IDEA funds for that student.
And recall that the county, the school still gets a dashboard report. So the county is responsible for providing services to that school if things are not going as planned. So they would have to step in and provide some assistance.
Thank you. So Kayla, Stephen, David, Barbara, Kimberly.
So yes, my anxiety level went up when I saw the slide, and so that I just wanted you to finish explaining. And as you were explaining, there was a lot of feelings, a lot of thoughts coming from a county office and transitioning into a district. I can see the potential to become, like you said, the biggest impact or even a negative impact. But also on the other side, on the other hand, I see the potential to, when we're talking about, because the holding accountable, it really worries me, because it's always been about who's going to be responsible for that kid. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it like it is. Mm-hmm. And it's always about passing the buck. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, when it shows on results, and when it has to be shown on a dashboard, and when it has to be held, when a district has to be held accountable, then I think, and that's my hope, and as a district I see it, it's the potential to push for really inclusion and say, I'd rather keep those kids in my district than to send them and make somebody else responsible for them, because ultimately I do get the funding for them and I am responsible for them, but now I'm being looked over, more detailed. And so, I don't know, I do worry, because not everybody thinks it's the same way as me, but I do see this as a huge potential but like I always said, you have to put your money where your mouth is. So when we look at special education funding, then we really have to think about if that's the way it's going, then let's fund it in terms of services.
Great, thanks, Kayla. Stephen.
You know, when I think about the accountability, it's around making sure that the learning is happening for kids, and this is what this is doing. And by placing it back on the resident, to me, makes sense in the sense, even though you've asked for those services, you are still responsible for looking at their work. One of the things that I think that could help us with this, if there was another paragraph that kind of gives us some understanding that when students are receiving services from another organization, what are going to be the accountability things that would have to look at, or what we would suggest that they look at of the services that would be provided by that, whether it be a county office or another district that's done. Are there going to be any kind of accountability for them, even though they're providing the service? And maybe we kind of list what those possibly could be, which would help those in understanding that a district, if you're sending your kids to another area, to another district, it doesn't mean that they're off the chart, that they have no responsibility now and there. So I think it would help us in understanding what are some of those accountability factors that a district would look at, even though I have responsibility for my students because they're in my resident and I'm sending them out, but understanding a little bit about what those other districts, these are some accountability things that will be looked at for them. So it's just kind of a listing with around that. I don't know if that makes sense, but you know, as I'm starting to look at this, it's really we're trying to get accountability for the learning of what's happening for kids, and that someone needs to be, you know, on top of that, watching that, looking at a part of that, whether you send them out. So it's just one idea to think about.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah, that is helpful. Thank you. All right, and I'm just going to do a time check. We are over. I'm going to keep moving through the comments, but just keep in mind. David.
Yeah, so I'll keep my comments brief. I really like the direction that this is headed in. I mean, it refocuses the local conversations to the quality in programs and making sure that those programs are adequately resourced, and we're all looking at positive outcomes as opposed to my kid is in another program. And so good luck there. Really focusing the accountability conversation to the more restrictive ends of the continuum of services, I think, is very important. One question that I have, or maybe it's just a thought, connecting it with the IDA funding. There are some LEAs who do not directly receive IDA funds or the federal funds through the allocation plan. Charters and traditionals, in our local allocation plan, we have a district who has 5 kids in it. The way the allocation plan works locally is that they forego federal so that they don't have to deal with some of those components. And so I understand the concept of linking it with the IDA dollars. We wanted to call out not every LEA receives IDA dollars directly.
Thank you. Yes, we do know that there is an issue with charter schools, and that makes it a little more complicated, as always, but we'll have to work through that. And so that's a good point that not all districts, I was not aware of that. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Let's see, Kimberly, Barbara, and then Havania. Okay.
I'm torn on this because I really want to look at it purely from an ownership and a responsibility space, because I think that that's really the moral imperative here, is that we're holding on to our kids and we're supporting them, and we're accountable. But I do think about those districts that are small and sparse and geographically isolated and are really forced into MOUs with all kinds of different entities in order to support students, whether it's bringing those entities to them or trying to get students to those entities for services. And I wonder why we don't simply have shared responsibility. If they live with me, but they're being served even partially by someone else, why couldn't we both hold on to those indicators? Why is it a either or? And I don't know if maybe the system demands that, but I would think that maybe a solution would be to say that if an outside entity, whether it is another LEA or our SELPA or our county offices or whoever that is that we're going to enter into responsibility with, that they're going to come in good faith and with accountability and ownership of our most precious commodity, if we're unable for whatever reason to serve them, in our district. So I'm just question that, is why couldn't we both hold on to that indicator? If I'm red, you're red. So because I think it forces us back to the table around the ultimate conversation is shared responsibility.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. I was just thinking, like, what are the next steps in defining what that shared responsibility looks like? Because I do think that you hit on a really important point. So thank you for that. Barbara and then Havania.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. I think this needs to be shared. I think the object of passing it off one way or the other, I disagree with. If I'm sending a student to a non-public school, there's a reason. Do I really want to hold my own IDA money and open up a class just for that one student? I'm still writing the IEP when they go somewhere else. So I believe that it has to be shared. I don't believe it can be one. That's just my own personal opinion. It will take a lot of work. But I don't think that when I send somebody to a non-public school, I'm writing the IEP, I'm working, I'm checking on them. We've got benchmarks, we're checking on what's going on all year. And to not have them responsible for what the IEP says to me is, on the dashboard, just doesn't make any sense.
Non-public schools do not get a dashboard.
I understand that, but it's on our dashboard.
Yes.
So just because they're not, they have to be doing what they're doing to even make us look good. It's not us look good, it's to do what's right for the student.
Right.
That's the whole object of this, is to do what's right for the student. I can't open a program in my school for one child when there's a non-public school that really does it well, but maybe the kid just isn't learning that year, having a tough year. I just don't think it's right, my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Havania.
I'm sorry if this is a repeat. Can you please share with me again what the current structure is versus what we're proposing, so I can have a clear idea of currently the indicators are?
So currently, we send students with disabilities back to the district of residence for the academic indicator only. Right, and it's only students who are attending a special education school as defined by the school ownership code. The proposal is to send all students with disabilities, regardless of what type of school that they attend. So it's not just special ed defined schools, but other schools as well. Not only for the academic indicator, but for all the state indicators.
So right now, the indicators currently are with the serving organization.
District of service, yes.
Except, with the exception of the academic indicator.
Yes, the ELA and math.
And the proposed is to have all the indicators resting on the district of residence.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you for that. Mildred will be our final comment. Thank you.
I really think that the indicators really need to be really teased out in regards to the accountability factors. I'm concerned in regards to, usually there's an MOU between the school district and the county. That's agreed upon in terms of districts that are going to be sending their children to county programs. And there's also an MOU between district to district.
Right.
But I do know that some of the issues now that are of major concern are personnel, in that there's a major personnel issue in regards to trying to attract good teachers or paraprofessionals for the students that are in those programs. And I do know that districts go back and forth in regards to who's responsible. Just recently, there was a district that I support that was indicating that they cannot find para that has the medical background that the student requires. So the parent is not sending the student to school because of safety issues. So given that, then who's responsible? Well, the district placed the student, and in the MOU, it says that the county will do the hiring. So in terms of recruitment and hiring, then who, and so basically, I think the result was that the district is paying for a non-public school agency to provide the medical support that the student needs during the day. But these issues come up on an ongoing basis. And not everything that is in the MOUs are there, because these are things that are coming up just because there's a major concern about personnel pretty much all over the state. Speech pathologists. So all of those things go into making a decision about if, in fact, the student's IEP is being implemented. So I just think that it has to be some way of coming up with some joint accountability, just because these things, you don't even know when they're going to come up.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate all your comments. Thank you. So the only other slide we have is the resources. You can take a look at that. We've presented this to you before, but with that, I want to thank you for your input. It's very helpful as we think about how we want to move forward.
And you all are meeting in June. So depending on how far we can get on this, we'll come back and have this conversation again.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Really appreciate your openness. Okay, commissioners, thank you for your questions and comments. Yes, thank you. Before we move on, we do have public comment on this item, so let's start with that. Thank you, Barbara. And then, go ahead, Matt, sorry.
Okay. First up, we have Tom Chun.
Buenos días. Just want to make sure that how exciting and happy I am to hear about the changes. It's very salient time because my parents I spoke to recently, they were very worried that who is ultimately going to help my child if they outsource my child to other organizations. They have no idea, especially if the parent do not speak the language well. They only know one person, and one person is their local district person or local charter person. And she, in effect, washes their hands. Then our parent, is like gets kind of lost. And ultimately, the parent is the kind of consumer in this scenario, and where they are paying taxes, and the tax is going to that local district entity. And so the customer may say, hey, I paid this tax. Show me where the money is, the result. And then they should be able to say, yes, I'm keeping tab on our, you could say the subcontractors, if they are the GCs. So I'll applaud that, thinking. So keep it up, and thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next up, we have Maeva Renault, Leadership for Educational Equity.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
Again, my name is Maeva Renault. I'm a public policy fellow with Leadership for Educational Equity, and I've been in California since September. And I am here until May 31st, hopefully not. But I just wanted to say that this has been the highlight of my fellowship coming to these meetings, because I was a special ed teacher. I taught at public schools, and I also taught at a special ed non-public school. And so today, for this item, I really wanted to say that this is a dialogue that I really think that we should continue to have, because it's one of the things that brought me to California. There was a report released by the National Council of Disabilities on the segregation of students with disabilities throughout the nation, and California was one of the states that had the highest rate of segregation. And when we look at who we're holding accountable for students, this is the dialogue that we definitely need to have. There's something that Commissioner Schulman, you said earlier, and it made me just think about, I guess I'm pushing you a little bit right now, I'm sorry. You said about like opening a program for one child. That one child still matters. And when I was teaching at a non-public school, some of the mindsets that we had was like, these were the leftovers, that my students were the leftovers because public schools couldn't handle them. And I didn't want to look at my students as leftovers. Yes. So what I wanted to just say is that right now, like the last meeting, you guys shared the MTSS, and I believe that MTSS would definitely be a great way to continue the dialogue on shared responsibility. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to share. It's been great and wonderful to learn from you. And I'm definitely looking to see the dashboard for California, either on television or some other time. Well, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, we are at 11 o'clock. And I'm wondering, Mildred, we have missed item number 2 or on our schedule. I'm wondering if you're okay with us going out of order. And we know that Dr. Sandoval is going to be joining us after lunch. Would you be willing to do your update at 12 o'clock on the Mental Health Subcommittee instead of this morning, or instead of right now? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Then that allows us, commissioners, if you're okay, to move right into item number 3, which is our assessment update. And I'd like to welcome Michelle Center, who is the Division Director for Assessment, Development, and Administration here at the department. Welcome.
Good morning. The mic's on, right? Yeah. Happy to be here. I feel like I haven't been here in a little while. You keep scheduling me on this meeting on days when I'm out of the office. And you know this is one of my favorite places to present because we're always excited. We've done such great things about being inclusive with our assessments, and we're always excited to share that with all of you and see if we can make Barbara cry again is always my goal. So I know I'm not allowed to use acronyms, but I'm going to ask for permission, okay? So, because the name of our test is really long. So today I'm going to talk to you about the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC. The reason I'm going to talk to you about that today is because we have some board actions that are going before our board here in a few weeks, and I want to share with you what those actions are. I'll start by giving a little bit of background because LPAC is not a test that I come and speak to you about very often. In fact, I can't really remember the last time we came and we spoke about LPAC. So just a little bit of background. First, there are 2 tests in LPAC. There is the initial and then there is the summative. So our initial assessment is used when a student first enters a California school and they have designated a home language other than English. It is used to make that initial determination of if they are an English learner or whether or not they are initially fluent. So that is the purpose of that particular assessment. And then we have a summative assessment that's given at the end of the year to all of our English learners, and that helps to not only monitor progress, but it also helps in the reclassification processes, and it's one of the criteria used for that. So that's an overview of the test, but regardless about which one we're talking about, it assesses 4 areas. Those areas are listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Those areas are required in federal law to be assessed on this test. The test takers for this test is a little different because we start in kindergarten and we administer the test through grade 12. And kindergarten is inclusive of TK programs that exist as part of our kindergarten program here in California. And this test is currently on paper. And that's why what I'm here to talk to you about is a transition of that test to an online system. So it is on paper. Even though it's on paper, we strive to have as many accessibility supports as we can. We all do know, and I think all of you know, because of all the conversations that I've had with you about going online opens up doors for accessibility supports that are hard to give on paper. So we do have supports. They are quite extensive for it being a paper test, but they aren't at the same level as what we could get if we moved the test online. So I'm going to take a few moments now to highlight the recommendations that are going to the board, as well as the development of a brand new alternate assessment for LPAC. We have never had one in our state, and so this is an exciting time for us. And I was a little nervous at first, but it's starting to grow on me. I'm getting really excited about this test. So let me go over the recommendations. First, let's start with the experts. You know that a state our size, we always get to get the best of the best help us when we start tackling these difficult decisions. And so you can see here some of the national experts that we have consulted with and have helped us come up with these recommendations. Individuals like Kenji Hakuda, Diane August, and then also particular expertise for our alternate assessment, including such individuals as Martha Thurlow. And Martha, who is the director of the National Center on Educational Outcomes, will actually be coming to Sacramento and co-presenting with me to the state board to make sure to show her support of the recommendations that I'm going to share with you. So we used a very thoughtful and deliberate process when coming up with our recommendations. We didn't just ask these experts to come into a room and help us, but we brought in other pieces of information. We brought in what the federal requirements were. We brought in work that ETS has done on transition of LPAC from paper to computer. And we also relied on information from two different consortium that develop English language proficiency tests and actually cover somewhere around 40 states. And those two consortium actually have transitioned to an online test. And so we were able to really look at the experiences that they had and learn from them. And in some cases, do things a little different than what they're doing. You know, we like to be leaders, but in this case, I'm kind of happy that we are where we are in terms of moving from paper to computer for this test, because we're really allowed to learn from so many other states. And this wasn't one I wanted to be first on. So like so many other things we do, we started off with a set of guiding principles. We wanted to make sure that we knew what was really important as we set out on this journey to come up with our recommendations. And we wanted to make sure that we did that very deliberately. And we put those in writing and we all could agree on them. The first guiding principle was that we want to measure English language proficiency. That seems easy, right? But it's not. It's very important that we say that, because we want to make sure that we don't measure whether or not a student can type, whether or not a student can. Barbara's like really anxious over there.
Just want to make sure I understand, because now I'm a little lost.
Okay.
I thought that when we're talking about alternate, we were talking about for the students who couldn't take, but that's not what this is. This is an alternate
I'm going to
test.
start
I just want to make sure.
No, it is. But I'm going to start with the regular test, and then I'm going to talk about the 1%. Okay? So these guiding principles are for both of those tests, though, regardless of which one. So when we talk about measuring English proficiency, particularly with using a computer, we don't want to test if they can type, right? We don't want to know whether or not they know how to scroll. We want to know if they're fluent in English. Particularly with our students with significant cognitive disabilities, we want to know if they can communicate in English, however that may mean, right, for that particular student. So this was very important to us. We wanted to also acknowledge that accessibility was important. Linguistic and cultural fairness was important to us, and that we needed to make sure that we looked at things through that lens. And of course, we always think about our students, and we always think about those examiners, and we don't want it to be a bad experience for them. We have heard feedback that students actually prefer taking a test on a computer. They find it more engaging. And so we knew that, but we also wanted to make sure it was a good experience. So those were all the things that we had in the back of our mind as we came up with the recommendations. So the first set of recommendations that you see are not for the alternate, okay? But of course, we also have students with disabilities that do participate in the LPAC. So this is taking our current paper-based LPAC and putting it on a computer. So for that experience, we wanted to do a few things. We wanted to make sure that our kindergarten and first grade students had a one-on-one test experience with their examiner. This ensures that a student doesn't have to touch that device at all. The examiner can be the one that is scrolling, if scrolling is needed. They can be the one that is selecting the answer just by the student's responses. So the student doesn't have to engage at all. But I'm going to tell you something. First, I'm going to have a shout out to Principal Eric Crawford. He is the principal over the special education programs for Sacramento County Office of Education. And he invited the department staff, as well as some of our staff from ETS, to come visit their classrooms, talk to their students, talk to their teachers.
Nice.
And I could talk about so many things about my visit on Friday, and you would have loved it. You would have loved the things that were going on in the classroom. And so these were students that had different disabilities. Some of them were in a mainstream classroom and some were not. We saw students as low as first grade. And I will tell you, if a teacher tried to scroll for that student, they probably would have slapped their hands away, because they were using devices on a daily basis and they could do it. So we have to make sure that we have a system that supports those students as well as supports the students that are sitting down in front of a computer for the first time. So we are looking at different ways and resources to do that, but we also want to ensure for our kindergarten and first graders in particular that that has a one-on-one experience with their examiner. We also want to make sure that writing is done on paper for kindergarten all the way up through grade 2. We don't believe it's appropriate yet to have them type their answers for writing yet. So that is one of the recommendations, is that we keep that portion on paper. And we also want to increase accessibility, look at standardization of some of the accessibility resources that we already have on paper and transition those into an online environment. So we have lots of benefits for going to computer-based. One, like I said, students like it, frankly. For our older students, we also have gotten some feedback. We've heard from other states who have done this, that our older students, that sometimes they really didn't like taking the CELT, right? They didn't quite enjoy that testing experience. Putting it online, we have heard from other states, is a more positive experience for our older kids also. We believe that because of some streamlining we can do, we're going to be able to get those results back quicker, which is really helpful for our schools and our districts that rely on that information to make determinations about classification of students and whether or not they're ready for reclassification. So that's a benefit to our students. We also think it's important to make a statement that our English learners are also ready for devices, and that we encourage our schools and our districts to be using technology with our students, all students. And so that is also something that I think is beneficial for moving this test online. So just like we did with science, and I think you all experienced this as we were developing and continue to develop the science test, we always have opportunities for us to gather data, gather feedback, and we make adjustments along the way. We're doing the same thing right now. We've had ETS staff and some of my staff have been going out and observing some administrations on computer to learn from that. You know, does it work best to have a teacher sitting next to you, or a teacher sitting across from you? You know, is it helpful for a teacher, what side of the screen should something be on if a teacher has to enter the answer? Those are the kinds of things we learn and we make adjustments. And so we want to make sure it's a good experience, and there's many opportunities for doing that, including the usability study that is currently going on. And then we'll also look at mode effects. That's really the difference between paper and computer. Is there a difference in terms of how students are performing? And if there is, are there adjustments that we need to make in terms of our expectations so that we're not unintentionally making the test more difficult or easier by making the change? We also have some blueprints, changes that are going before the board. They're very minor changes for our blueprints. We're making these changes because we want to make sure that our LPAC measures the full continuum. And for some of our areas, the test was very easy in the sense of all students getting it correctly. And we also want to make sure that students can show their progress over time. That's important, right? So we are making some adjustments and adding some item types that are really reflective of what would be going on in a classroom. So academic conversations and writing prompts that are very academic and related to content as well as expectations. So these are not going to have any impact on where the performance levels are or expectations for students. They're just going to allow students to show their growth on the test because there'll be more space for them to do so at the upper end. Okay, now Barb wanted to do this, Barbara, first, but we're doing this one second. So this is the brand new endeavor, alternate LPAC. So this is the test for students who are have significant cognitive disabilities. So think of it similar to our California alternate assessments, but this is for our English language proficiency assessment. We are excited about it, particularly given the conversations that we've had with our experts. We are so lucky. You know, these conversations can get messy, I guess is one way to talk about it. They're difficult conversations when we're talking about students that are both have are learning English as well as they have a disability, and they're difficult. We're trying to tease all that out, and a lot of opinions are there. And we had conversations with our experts that really dug into the weeds and were really hard conversations, and then we came out of it feeling inspired that we could make a test that was appropriate for students. So let me talk about some of the things we're doing with that test and get to you about the one specific recommendation that I think really addresses student needs. So we want to make sure that we have similarities between this test and our test that is not the alternate test, so it'll be administered in the same grade spans as that one. For this test, just like our other alternate tests, no matter what grade you're in, we want a one-on-one administration. We want to provide accessibility supports similar to what we provide for our other alternate assessment. We want to ensure local scoring. We think that's most appropriate for this test. It's what we do for our other alternates, so you'll see a lot of similarities there. We're going to have a single test. This is a very small, expected to be a small number of students in California that will be eligible for this test. So we expect to have the same test used for both that initial determination as well as the end of year summative. But this is the interesting part, is really the last recommendation, is to have integrated task types. So imagine the conversations as we are sitting in the room deciding how we're going to develop this test, and we're like, we have to assess the domain of listening. Okay, that's just one example, right? And it gets difficult. And then we start talking about different communication devices that students are learning, and then we start saying, well, is that writing, or you know, what exactly is that, and how is that different from another way of expressing themselves? So in those conversations, it became clear what we wanted to do was be able to determine whether or not a student could communicate in a classroom using whatever mode they use regularly in the classroom. And so in order to do that, we are proposing using integrated task types that are more looking at expressive and receptive, instead of specifically trying to say, are you speaking? Are you listening? Are you reading? And are you writing? We believe that we can do this and also still meet the federal obligations that we have for this test. And we are doing so right now. We have some great experts from ETS that are helping us look at various communication modes and how they may fit in to this paradigm that we want to do. And I'm excited. When I went to the classroom and I saw a student, I believe her name was Natalie, but I could have the name wrong. Natalie did a presentation in her class. Before that, she was sitting in the classroom. I would have said Natalie's nonverbal, and she was working with her aide. And I talked to her teacher. I'm like, well, so how does Natalie communicate? And she showed me the different communication devices she's using. And she's like, let me show you a video I have of Natalie doing a presentation in front of the class. And I thought, really? I was intrigued. And they had Natalie doing a presentation. So they would ask, Natalie chose to do a presentation on Barbie. You know, okay, she's a little girl, why not? So she did her presentation on Barbie, and they would ask questions. How many Barbies do you have? Well, that was said to Natalie in English. She is an English learner with a disability, and her response was this. Did she get her point across? She got her point across, right? She understood the question that was being asked, and she responded in a way that someone, an English speaker, could understand. So that is what we're talking about, trying to recognize that there are different modes. And the important thing is whether or not a student can engage with the academic content that's going on in the classroom. So I'm excited about this. It really helped. As soon as we talked about this idea, we all kind of had a sigh of relief, like, oh my gosh, now we know we can do this. Before it seemed almost, you know, insurmountable. But when this idea came about, we were more confident. So many benefits. One, will be in compliance with federal law, but also we'll have a consistent measure. We don't have a consistent measure right now. We can't really give you information on how these students are progressing in terms of learning English. So that is a major benefit. We do have the same type of data-driven decision opportunities like we do with all of our other tests. We'll be having lots of outreach. We met a couple teachers. They're going to be on speed dial. They don't even know it yet. But I mean, when you went to these classrooms and you saw language all over every window and every surface in that classroom, you got so excited. And I mean, she pulled out binders and they were doing their individual learning goals. And these are students with significant disabilities. It was very exciting. And so those teachers are going to get calls from us nonstop and be a part of this opportunity to make adjustments along the way. So just like we do with all of our other tests, we kind of start with this high-level idea of what does it mean for this alternate assessment to be in the 3 levels of performance that we're going to measure. So these are what we call performance level descriptors. You've seen them before. And there's some things to take note. One is that they have some similarities between our LPAC and now this alternate. So things like the performance level of fluent English proficient, intermediate English learner, and novice English learner, those are taken from LPAC. So we have that nice similarity between the regular test and now this alternate. We also have similarities between this and what we have for the California alternate assessment, which is this idea that we want students to be able to access adapted grade level content in English. That's what we're trying to get at here, whether or not a student is ready to do that. And so you'll notice we say access. You're not measuring whether or not a student can do English language arts, but we are measuring whether or not we think they are ready to access that adapted grade level content in the classroom. So this will also be taken to the board for their hopeful action. And I'll have a whole hour to describe this, so I won't have to talk as quickly. So here's our timeline for implementation. You'll see that the online, moving LPAC online really doesn't take that long because we already have items that were developed and we already had the requirement in our contract that those items be developed in a way that they could be transitioned to computer. So you'll see that that is computer-based summative LPAC is 1920, assuming we get our board approval for the summative, and then right after that, the initial. And then the alt LPAC is 2122. We've given ourselves some more time. This is the first time we've done this. Just like we did when we did the science test, we had the alternate a little later. The feds don't really like that, but they're more complicated tests to develop than the regular test, and we want to make sure that we give ourselves enough time to gather information and data. So I did talk really quickly and saved 4 minutes for questions.
Very nice. Yeah, Sarah and then Kayla.
Great, thank you for this. This is very exciting. I need a little clarification on an initial integrated task. So typically when we have initial, the initial LPAC testing, it's like for us, it's at our welcome center. So we would have these students coming in and we would do that assessment there. So what would that look like at an initial?
So imagine items that are assessing both listening and reading at the same time, right? So you might have a passage, a few sentences, whatever that may be, that some students may read, or some students may hear. Are we talking about the alternate, right?
Yes.
Or some students may hear those, and they may be read to them, but we're looking at reception. Those task types then would have responses that are measuring that are not tied to how the student received that information. The test is, because of the low volume, there's not really this need to have a different test at the beginning of the year with what's at the end of the year. Now, we have been consulting with our experts on that question, and there may be a need to modify the items a little bit, but it's the same blueprint, the same recipe or formula, if you will, for the test would be the exact same. But over time, we may start having different items for those students that take the initial at the beginning of the year, and then at the end of the year, they're taking that summative, right? We may modify that slightly, but in the end, it would be the same blueprint, the same item types, even if the specific item is modified.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you for that. Kayla.
So I'm super excited because these are the conversations that have been happening for the last 3 years, maybe when we started with the tag. So I'm really excited about just focusing on the expressive and receptive versus the 4 domains specifically. My question to you is in terms of you look at the performance levels, in terms of reporting out, would you be given also the proficiency levels in terms of if they are emerging, developing, and bridging?
I know, so that question comes up. It's the lovely page 20 in our framework document that you're referring to that really looks at the our ELD standards and documents those standards into levels, right? But it also speaks within that document about where you reclass students. And the issue is that it speaks to that being done in the middle of one of those levels. So because it speaks to that being done in the middle of one of those levels, our levels don't completely line up because we need to make specific recommendations on when a student should be an EL or not, or may be ready for reclassification. So we do provide a document that lines up our levels with those levels so that you can visually see where they are. We are also having conversations with parents about how to display that. That has been a challenge. I'm going to be very honest. We have not found a way that I think parents really understand that, but our educators do in terms of the table format that we've provided. So we'll do the same for this one as we do for LPAC.
Just to clarify, so the reporting will come out the same?
The reporting will be not lined up with the ELD, but instead lined up with the English language proficiency. But we will have kind of maps to the English language development standards so that you can tell where that might be.
The reason why I say that is because it helps us guide in terms of language-specific goals in our IEPs and make sure that they are aligned.
The other thing that you will be getting that is part of our development for the blueprint is, and I know you're all familiar with the word connectors, right? Because we have the connectors for our academic tests. Well, we have to have something similar for the alternate LPAC. So we're also working on those, which I think that will also be helpful as you start looking at goals in your IEPs to look at those connectors.
Nice, thank you. Go ahead, Kimberly.
I just wanted to get clarification because looking at this as an alternative assessment and thinking about our 1%, the verbiage adapted is not something we would generally use. We would have to determine accommodated or modified. So when we're looking at grade level content and determining how a student is going to access that and what the goals and expectations are, we have to determine to make accommodations or modifications. So I don't know, it might be splitting hairs, but I think there will be questions about what does adapted mean? Because generally we're making a decision to look at modified grade level content. It's still grade level, it's still accessible, but it's modified. The outcomes are different. So I think there may be questions about that word and what does that mean?
Okay. Yeah, that's a great point. I don't know if on the resources page, if you had a definitions list or.
So for our assessments, when we look at this, because each student is going to have their individual learning goals that are specific to them, and so it is very difficult for us to determine based on their individual nature what that means for each student, whereas that is the work of the IEP team for the individual student. From our perspective, we look at those connectors as being kind of the definition of what it means to have it adapted but still be on grade level. So we look back to the connectors for that, which for some students that may not be an appropriate goal for their individual goal.
That's a good point. All right, thank you. Other questions, commissioners, comments, thoughts? I'm not seeing any. Michelle, thank you for coming down. Great to see you. Thank you for the information to both you and to your team. Okay, commissioners, we are going to go back to, we are on item number 4, and that is our student voice. So this is an opportunity for us to look to our students that we have a privilege of having student commissioners join us. It is definitely, I think, the highlight of our discussions to have students weigh in on their experiences, on their thoughts, their engagement, and really appreciate having Mike having joined us here at the commission. And Mike, I will say that even after a couple of meetings, you have jumped in and seemed very comfortable with the content and the structure.
Thank you. I'm used to everything.
It appears that you are very comfortable, and really appreciate you diving in and sharing your experiences and your comments. So we would like to extend an opportunity today to you. Tell us about your experience going through K-12 and any suggestions that you have for the field based on your experience. We'd like this opportunity to just get to know you better. And then commissioners, looking forward to any questions or comments you might have after Mike speaks.
Cool.
So welcome.
Thank you. So growing up, I grew up in this school called Bowling Green. It's around here. And we had a segregated place for people with disabilities. And during that time, my mom, she kept fighting with the school saying, he doesn't need special education throughout his whole life through 12th grade. My parents, my mom, my dad, everybody kept fighting for it. The teachers, they kept acknowledging that I should be kept in the special education group. And my mom wasn't for that. She wasn't for that. So at the time, I was kept in there since preschool and then kindergarten. But then afterwards, after I took a test and everything, I got out of that. I really didn't have enough time. I didn't really have a good connection with friends, bonding. And that's what really threw me off. Throughout my whole life, I've had some problems with people where I've had to fight some people because they've had to bully me and they bully my friends and things like that. Like there's certain things I can't control. Like if someone bullies my friend, I go up and step up with them and I go do what I need to do. And my aide, Para, I remember in kindergarten, there was this fight that happened with my friend, Ryder, and someone tried to attack him. And so what I did was I got my stick, because at the time I was using crutches at the time. So when I was using crutches at the time, I hit the guy in the back of the head and knocked him down. But I won the fight, so I won it. So, my whole goal for what I've been doing now in school is like just raising awareness for people with disabilities and anti-bullying and things like that, because like they don't see people with disabilities as people that learn and comprehend on what they want to use for the voice. And there's certain things where I'm like, we can just sit here and pretend that we're nothing. We're just sitting here back in the room, like that we don't exist, but we do exist. And there's certain things I really hope to reach up for, and there's goals I really want to reach, and just to raise awareness for the youngins too, for the younger kids going up, because I have so many brothers and sisters, people that are younger with disabilities, cerebral palsy, autism, autistic, whatever they have. It's very humbling to me that I'm here to help raise awareness and help them, inspire them to get up to get whatever they want to be done. And that's what I want happened in the next few years and what I want to do in the future. Just be a motivational speaker, I guess, is what you would say for them. And I grew up in a very bad neighborhood at the same time. So I grew up in the situation where fighting is the only thing you have to do. My dad was a fighter. My dad was a boxer. My mom, when she was 20, that's when she had me. My dad was still going to school, and my mom was a teller at Golden One. And we've had to do a lot of things. We had to struggle through a lot of things. And she told me, keep fighting for things. No matter what you do, people will knock you down. Keep fighting. Keep going up for that. Keep going up for the big goal. And all the opportunities I've had, including this one, CFLC with Christina, and even though she's not here, I appreciate the opportunity with that. It's a very pleasing and humbling opportunity for me to do, and pleasing way to like hopefully get things rolling for the future.
Nice. Well, Mike, thank you for that. You have a great mom. Tell us a little bit about YLF. I think that's what you were referring to when you talked about Christina. Can you tell us about that and your role with YLF?
So YLF was this place where we went to Sac State over the summer, and we had people with all different disabilities, and we were on a dorm together. We were all experiencing college life, dorm life, and how to manage our time well and how to manage everything well. Through that experience, we walked on the campus. We walked around the different buildings, communicated with different people, connected, and formed a different bond. It was very pleasing, and they taught us how to be more independent on ourselves and be more independent in life, and like life skills and where we should go to college and what we should do here, what we should do there. So they taught us a lot of new things about independence and what we should do once we get older after high school, and a new stepping point for us. So that really helped me with my direction of where I want to go, and that was a really good experience for me.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, let me open it up. Sarah, questions, comments for Mike?
So Mike and I are Facebook friends now, so I get to see what he does in his life. And I think one of the things that's very exciting is all of your work with theater and the drama department.
Yeah.
So I have a son who loves all that and was participated in that in high school and now in college. So can you talk a little bit about your involvement in that aspect of your life?
Of course, I love theater, so of course this is my favorite topic. So I did theater. I did the Nutcracker when I was 5 in my elementary school, and then after that, I did baseball and sports for a while. Then I came back to it when I was 11. I did Winnie the Pooh, Willy Wonka, many others. I recently did Bo Stratagem at Sac City. It's like a Shakespeare comedy thing, and I did Much Ado About Nothing Shakespeare. I could never understand Shakespeare, but I did it. Did that, and then I'm doing Cinderella at school right now. So all the experience that I've had with theater, it also bounces off with raising awareness, because recently at Sac City, they never had a person with a wheelchair or any disability ever come on that stage, and it was very, very interesting to see how they would handle it. So I was glad to be there and be a part of that cast. So that's why I do theater, just to raise awareness, and that's what I really want to do in the future. Like, people play sports, people do computers, they do computer gaming, they do whatever they want to do, and that's my main focus of what I want to do.
Very nice. Yes, Summer.
I just want to say how much I appreciate you expressing that you have an interest in leadership in this area, because one thing that is really important to me is the civil rights aspect of people with disabilities. And I was fortunate years ago to see the timeline of how influential people with disabilities have been to this nation. And so it is really important that students have someone to look up to as a leader. And so I really applaud that you see yourself in this role in the future, and will encourage everything that you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Very nice.
Mike, thanks so much for sharing your story. I mean, it really highlights the grit and resolve that individuals with disabilities, if it's not innate at birth, have to develop over time just navigating campuses. And I really appreciated you touching on, again, you didn't say directly, but the importance of inclusion, because the opposite can be very socially isolating for students in terms of developing those friendships and bonds. And so thank you so much for sharing your perspective.
Of course.
Mike, you touched on the impact, and to piggyback on David's comment, you touched on the issue or the feelings around being segregated or being served in a separate place early on. Tell us, did that change over time?
So what happened was, over time, I felt very afraid, very concerned about my actions and what I would do, because when I was raised in that segregated area, we were closed off, and I didn't know how to interact with people without disabilities. So it was very, very hard for me to interact. So for a while, Mom said, if people ask you what disability you have, just say, I was born this way. But it's very hard to say that when people 5, 6, 7, 8, they don't understand the disability thing. They don't understand it. So when I was younger, my mom always said, say CP. I was like, what does CP mean, Mom? Just say CP. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know. She just said, say it, just say it. So, but after a while, I started making new friends, and they accepted me for what I was, which was a good thing. But I think that mindset and the whole entire time when I was off in that little area just really made it hard for me. And there's certain times in the school, like for classes and stuff, I can't comprehend certain things. Like I can't comprehend black and white. Like there's certain people that can, like if you write out black and white, if you have like if you draw something like a dot, if you draw something, I can't comprehend that. What I can do is, if you have a yellow piece of paper, and if you have like a map, if you have something that matches it, I can match it. I just can't do it black and white. I can't do the map black and white. I can't do that. So it was very interesting. It was very interesting to see that change. My teachers now, they still don't understand it. I'm taking criminalistics right now, and they still don't understand it. Because criminalistics is all black and white with dots, and like I'm having trouble with it because black and white, I can see it, but I can't match it.
Yeah. Wow, interesting. Yeah, Havania.
As a student learner, how or when throughout your career did you understand who you were and how you were able, or how you needed to process information? For me, as a student learner, that didn't begin until college. I didn't really understand who I was and how I was able to obtain information. So for you, how were you able to understand who you were as a student? And I know you had your mom and your family helping you out and supporting you. Who else throughout your career, maybe in school, helped you to be the strong person that you are today?
I'd say my friends and family and my great-grandma. When my mom was working, my grandma raised me at the time. And so she said, she taught me alphabets, math, whatever I needed help with. Because I always had struggle with vocabulary, but now I'm better at it. I'm better at it, and I'm good at it. Just seeing things, like there's certain things I can't write. There's certain things I'm having trouble writing, because if I write, it's hard for me to write, because it makes it like chicken scratch. But I can type. I can type. I just can't do the home row keys. So I think over time, I started learning, okay, this is what I'm good at, this is what I'm not. So I can advocate for this, I can advocate for that. But just the black and white, I just can't, it won't cross over.
A great question. Yeah, Barbara, please.
Have you been involved in your own IEP process?
Yes, so recently, let's see, last year, so about for 2 years now, junior and senior year, I've been involved in the IEP process, and I've told my case managers many of times of what I can and what I can't do. So they've acknowledged what my concerns are, but I think that they're still trying to figure out why I can't have the black and white, why I still can't nail that thing down. Because I can nail it down, I just can't. I can't nail it like on a piece of paper. I can say it comprehensively, like comprehension-wise, but I can't. We don't know what's wrong. We don't know.
Mike, you are incredibly articulate. And, you said early on that you wanted to be a leader or role model for others. I would argue that you already are, right? Because you can articulate exactly how you learn. And like Cavania said, a lot of us don't figure that out till much older than you are. So thank you for sharing that. You are in a forum right now of educators and advocates. Do you have any recommendations or anything that you want folks to be thinking about as they are operating or advocating for schools and kids that are served in classes?
One thing I would say to all of you, all the people that are doing schools and districts right now, is don't separate the people with disabilities off. It makes it harder for us when we get older to realize, hey, we can be a friend. Nope. It makes it really hard for us to make new friends and get out of our comfort zone. And I think it's a sad way to look at it, sad way to put it. But I know there's certain parts where we do have to be sheltered off and segregated because of our actions that we can't control. But I think that just the friendship and the bond that you have with someone without a disability, it makes it a whole lot better.
Wish we had a mic, right? Thank you for that. That was very well stated. Other questions, comments, commissioners? Okay, well, Mike, thank you for being a commissioner. Okay, so Mike, before we move on, any questions of us? Anything that okay, perfect. All right, commissioners, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. We are going to go back to item number 2. Thank you for that. Mildred, thank you for your leadership on our mental health subcommittee. Love to hear about this morning's meeting.
I'm going to ask Barbara, Michelle to certainly chime in. And Mike came, which was really good to be able to have his perspective and the good questions that he asked, which was really great. We spent a lot of time in regards to new legislation, and there is, and thanks, Matt, for at the last minute making the copies. I apologize because I didn't have some of the materials until Monday because they were materials that were hard copies only that came from the meeting on Monday, which was Breaking Barriers Children's Trust meeting that many of CDE was present. Thanks, Christian, for coming, as well as others. But we started out talking about legislation, and I will ask my Michelle and Barbara you want to start with the Promise Grant?
So there was a number of things that we were able to discuss today thanks to Mildred's hard work. The most exciting one was something called the Promise Grant. I think it's SB 686. It is based in the most at-risk and at-need neighborhoods, and it's basically cradle to college type intensive services, everything from health, mental health, educational support, parent, family counseling, those kinds of things. I think it's $5 million for 20 different entities, and the entities are, I think, designated LEAs or some kind of educational institution that is kind of the channel for these intensive services for communities most at risk. And so we were really excited by that. There's a lot of people signed on. I only have Ben Allen down as the lead senator, but there were a number of others. Yeah. Do you have anything to add to that?
Well, it will be mental health, medical, wellness centers, counseling support as far as guidance counseling, invoke ed. And what was great about it, it starts at preschool. So there's a lot of involvement with the families and community as far as family health as well. So it really is a opportunity to wrap services around students. I know one that's close to me in terms of being in the East Bay. It's in Hayward, and they're associated with Cal State East Bay. they, I guess, had their own lobbying day, and they were here last week. And if anyone wants to see their fact sheet, we can certainly forward it to you.
Do you want me to hit some others? Okay, great. So we also talked about AB 1546, and that is basically for county mental health dollars to better identify and serve little kids. This is early PTSD. Did I say that correctly? With making sure that federal financing is available, and it's the big key there was the districts didn't have to throw in matching funds to those dollars, so there was a lot of excitement in the room about that. AB 385 also has to do with early screening for mental health needs for young children as well, and all of the interviews that I've done with colleagues throughout Southern California and a variety of small, medium, and then of course large districts like LA Unified, they all are coming back saying the exact same thing, that they're just dying to be able to screen young children and do early intervention for mental and behavioral health issues before they hit crisis points in middle and high school. Of course, there are still kids with those kind of crisis needs in elementary school. I think Summer was alluding to some of those. And so there's still a need for those kind of intensive services, but so many children need to be screened and served quite young. And so any bill that attacks that, we were excited about. Okay.
So I'm going to send out, I did, forgot to give those out, as far as SB 686 on the Promised Neighborhood. The other legislation that was shared was in regards to the opportunity for school districts to be able to access full scope Medicaid in regards to mental health services. And the one good thing about this is that this legislation does not have require a match from the school district. We talked about that in that there's no offense in regards to CBOs who come in and offer services, and many times those services are linked to a particular grant with a particular population that's very specific for that particular funding stream. So it really is, it may or may not meet the needs of the particular school that they're asking to come in and provide the service. This would give districts an opportunity to be able to hire their own staff. It's very similar to what we did in Mount Diablo as far as becoming vendorized by the county. And that only happens in a county where the county mental health is very cooperative and want to collaborate. And we were fortunate, and it's still going on, to be able to have 42 mental health providers, all a part of the mental health collaborative in Mount Diablo, with the match being the monies and staffing we had already been contributing. So that's a really good opportunity if districts will have that. Whereas in other counties will say no, that they are not interested in the collaboration, and so it falls pretty dead in regards to trying to move in that direction. So if this passes, and this is not the first time, this is almost every year someone will get sponsorship for a similar bill. So I do know that we are really hopeful that we'll get closer to the mark of school districts being able to have access to that funding source. Barbara, did you want to add anything? No. Okay. And then the other is that we talked about the information that you have in front of you as far as the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. This pretty much is a really good summary. I think it got handed out. Right, okay. It's a very good summary in regards to what's happening with that sizable amount of money that was included in the Mental Health Wellness Act of 2012. And I really like the fact that it pretty much summarizes all of the areas that are being provided as far as services. So, please take an opportunity, look at it. The Youth Intervention Project is described, the 4 counties that received the competitive grant, the Suicide Prevention Plan, as well as school mental health engagements. This is a really good summary of work that's going on in the state, and I don't think many of us, as far as educators, are aware that all this is going on unless you are the benefit of one of the funding sources. The other is Monday's meeting was with the Educational Children's Trust. This is a collaborative meeting between Breaking Barriers and Children's Trust. On your paper that we passed out, there's the website, www.childrenstrust.org. You can go there and get on their list. I know everybody says one more email, but they do have good information and good statistics about children in the state. One of the highlights that I wasn't aware of that was discussed on Monday was that there has been a 200% increase in suicide. And it's suicide for girls between the ages of 10 and 14. That was very startling and kind of reinforces what Mike said around isolation, in that many of these children that have committed suicide, and looking back and doing some family history, they were able to share that there was a lot of isolation. And these weren't children just in districts similar to like where Palo Alto had the, I guess 6 suicides in 1 year, about 4 years ago. It was across the whole state, even in rural areas where these girls are feeling isolated and certainly influenced by social media. But it is pretty much being considered an epidemic. So you have the information from Children's Trust. Their goal is to work with people that were all invited to this meeting on Monday, and in a partnership with Breaking Barriers, to find another way of being able to have the monies dispersed for mental health versus the way it's happening right now. It's pretty siloed, and it talks about the reason why underserved communities and children populations are needing another funding stream as far as being able to access the funding. So we are going to ask to see if they can come in June to our June meeting and talk about this initiative. And everyone is certainly, once you go on the website, there's a committee. If you're interested, you can get information about services, equity. There are 3 main committees that are working in this effort. They received a planning incubation grant to do this work, and they'll be featured at the mental health conference in Monterey, as well as far as having another convening with stakeholders. So we, like I said, we missed a lot of our folks were on spring break, and we're not able to attend, but we still, just with us, had a great meeting.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. See, I knew that, Barbara, you were going to come up with. Well, this book isn't free. This one is not free. But this is from Seneca, and they've captured, and they're a non-public school agency, and also have run non-public schools in the Bay Area. And they have an all-school model, which is very inclusive. They worked in my old district in Mount Diablo and are still there, and also now in San Francisco as far as the all-school model. But several districts, and it's called unconditional education. But even if you don't want to deal with saying, okay, I'm going to use a non-public school, some of the tenets that they're talking about mental health are really great as far as being able to look at some of the strategies that can be used. And I was laughing with Ken Barrick, who's the CEO, and he says a lot of the hard work in regards to some of the programs that we developed in Mount Diablo are included in the book, so I was pleased to see that.
Nice.
The other one is called Just a Thought. This is a free book. This is a free one. I'll pass it around. And it was developed out of Children's Health Council. Children's Health Council is an agency in the Palo Alto area where they've spent a lot of time around mental health, particularly around the suicides that were happening in Palo Alto and Mountain View, Los Altos. And it's really the insight from the students that contributed to the book are just heartwarming and good to even share with your own students in your own districts. And right now there's an unlimited amount of books. And Richard Connect, who spoke in terms of the mental health, is a distributor and has several copies for people to be able to access them if they want to have them for their school districts. I'll pass it around. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you for bringing us all that info, Mildred. I want to make sure I understand for the June meeting, are you suggesting that the Children's Trust come? Or are you also saying that some of the recipients of those grant funds for districts that are trying to grapple with understanding how to access those Medi-Cal funds or those funding streams that I think lots of folks are interested in and having a hard time navigating?
I guess so we'd have to reach out to the 4 counties. There were representatives that were present.
Okay.
Kai would be we could work with her
to
see about them coming. The other was in regards to reimagining behavioral health. And that would be me, I guess when Elizabeth Estes was at the last meeting, she said that she thought that they were coming back for the June meeting.
Perfect.
So I can double check with both of those to see about their availability.
Perfect. It would be Elizabeth for Breaking Barriers and
Children's Trust.
And Children's Trust. Alex or great. Okay. Perfect. Thank you for that. Alex. Perfect. Okay. Questions, comments for Mildred or members of the subcommittee? No? Okay. Thank you very much for that information, Mildred. Okay, commissioners. We are now moving into lunchtime, and we are right on time. Matt, do we have any public comment up till now? Okay. Later. And so, commissioners, we are now going to break for lunch. We will reconvene here at 1:20, and we will then circle back when Dr. Sandoval joins us for her liaison update. So with that, we will adjourn for lunch and see you back at 1:20. Welcome back, commissioners. I hope you had a great break. All right, we are now on item number 6. Thank you so much. Welcome back. We are on item number 6. I would like to welcome William Hattrick to the podium. William, welcome back. William is from the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing and here to give us a update on the Ed Specialist credentials. So thank you for coming back. Thank you for staying engaged with us. We're eager to hear the updates.
Right. Well, again, my name is William Hattrick, and I'm a consultant at the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. Primarily have been working on the new special ed credentialing structure. And we haven't had very many updates since August or really any updates to share since the commission meeting at CTC from August of last year. But we finally got to the authorization statements, which were sort of the last task we needed to get through so that everything can move forward in regulations. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about that today. So we've got the arrow, as usual, showing you where we've been and where we are at now. And due to space restrictions, I didn't go back past February 2018, but if you do remember, in 2015 and 2016, new general education standards and teaching performance expectations were adopted that did include more knowledge, skills, and abilities for new gen ed teachers going through credential programs on how to work with students with disabilities. And that has reached full implementation now. Every program in the state has fully transitioned to those new general education standards and teaching performance expectations. So to jog your memory, back in February of last year, a new education specialist credential structure was adopted, moving from 7 initial credentials down to 5. And then we had expert groups meeting prior to that in all the different areas. So mild to moderate, moderate severe, deaf and hard of hearing, visual impairments, and early childhood special ed, working on individual sets of teaching performance expectations. And the subject matter competency requirements for ed specialists. Basically, those subject matter competency requirements will stay the same. Those were adopted in June of last year. A couple months later, we also had the titles of the new credentials fully adopted, and then the last 2 areas for teaching performance expectations, which are mild to moderate support needs and extensive support needs. So those are the final names that we landed on for those credentials. In fall of last year, we realized that as we are moving from looking at these credentials only being designated in terms of authorization statements by disability category, that we needed to start having groups meet to determine working definitions for mild to moderate and extensive support needs. Because if you'll remember, in the current system, it's really based on disability category as to how a child or student is assigned to a teacher. And we're moving towards looking at what those students' needs are, in addition to those disability categories. And thankfully, our partners here at CDE were helpful to spearhead that work. And we have those working definitions there in that agenda item that I believe you can link to from the PowerPoint and may also have been given to you. So while CDE staff was doing that, we were working with stakeholders on the new credential authorization statements. Deaf and hard of hearing and visual impairments stay the same, but we did need new authorization statements for mild to moderate, extensive support needs, and early childhood special ed, and I'll go into a little more detail about that in the next couple slides. And just last week, the Commission did adopt those new authorization statements so that the regulatory process can begin. And all of this is leading up to programs fully transitioning and implementing the new standards and teaching performance expectations by summer or fall of 2021. So still a couple years away, but it just takes time to get through all the steps here. So just some more specific info about the authorization statements. They really tell the credential holder, the district that they're going to be working for, what the holder of that credential is authorized to do. So ages and grade levels of students, the disability categories they're authorized to teach, and in all the various settings that they are able to work in. And those are included in Title V regulations, and like I mentioned, can be used to determine appropriate assignments by CTC for assignment monitoring, and then also local education agencies who are hiring and looking at where these teachers can work, in which types of classrooms. Okay, the new authorization statements for those areas, mild to moderate support needs, extensive support needs, and the early childhood special ed credential, and then also the added authorization were adopted last week, and you have the full language of those from what we currently have to what was proposed. And if you're looking at them, you may notice there's not a huge difference in the authorization statement for mild to moderate support needs or extensive support needs. All but one disability category overlap. And again, that's that focus on making sure that teachers can work with all students with disabilities, but really looking at what their support needs will be. And that definition is further teased out in the appendix to the agenda item, which defines mild to moderate support needs and extensive support needs. And I'll go into a little bit more detail about that as well. For the early childhood special education authorization, the main change is that instead of being birthed through pre-K, it's going to be birthed through kindergarten, and we also needed to add in their orthopedic impairment. That disability category was not previously in that authorization statement. And then we also needed to change the authorization statement for the added authorization, which is available to current special ed credential holders. And that authorization, again, also needed to include orthopedic impairment and go from birth through kindergarten. Upon looking at that, we also realized some updates were needed to the 4 added authorization program standards. There's just some, I don't want to say outdated, but newer language that we wanted to get in there. We didn't get that ready for this last week's commission meeting, but we will have it at the June meeting. So just know that's sort of on the horizon for those added authorization programs in early childhood special ed. Okay, like I mentioned, the credential authorization statements for DHH and visual impairments remain the same because the students they will be authorized to serve, grade levels, settings, none of that's changed. So there were no regulatory changes needed for those authorization statements. Again, early childhood, birth through kinder, and you've got the current and proposed, which is now adopted, credential authorization statements with you, and then they also begin on page 2 of the linked agenda item. So what happens now? Over at CTC, we have to open up regulations to implement the revised authorization statements so that teachers who are prepared in the new credential structure beginning in fall 2021 can actually earn that credential. A program can't recommend a candidate for a credential that doesn't exist yet. So we're hoping that that will take no more than a year max to get that through. So that's still putting us well ahead of when anyone would be finishing a program, which at this point would be spring of 2022, spring or summer. And the other work we will be doing now that we've got all of this ready for the regulatory package is providing technical assistance to existing programs. And we've already started fielding questions from existing programs who are looking at transitioning their programs or beginning that transition now because depending on the institution, it may take up to a year just to get coursework approved through their system. And it is expected that coursework will change, be rearranged, although we don't dictate how programs have to do that. We do want to support the existing special ed credential programs out there so that they have a successful transition. And if you'll remember, the mild, moderate support needs and extensive support needs teachers will also be meeting the universal TPEs, which are the general education TPEs. We're using the term universal now, since they will be used by special education or met by special education and general education teachers. So there's these finer details now that we've got the credential structure adopted, the regulations through, how are we going to get programs where they need to be by fall of 2021. So that's really what we'll be focusing on 2019, 2020, and existing programs will submit a transition plan to us in December of 2020, laying out their plan for that full implementation. This is also in the item, but I just always think it's important to remind everyone that holders of current ed specialist credentials, their authorization continues. No one's taking away their credential or requiring that they have to go and get a new credential, so they can keep teaching without interruption or that requirement that they have to earn the new credential. But if they wish to do so, the CTC will be developing a bridge authorization that is yet to be developed, but would be available to those existing teachers who may want to add on those additional knowledge, skills, and abilities that are not in the current credential structure. I don't have a slide on here, but I did want to hop back to the mild to moderate support needs and extensive support needs definitions, because this is a really big mind shift for everyone, moving from those disability categories to student needs. And if you look at those definitions, you'll notice they are pretty similar as well. And Kristen and Aaron were really helpful on getting those definitions working on those with the various stakeholders, and then we put them in our agenda item. And it's sort of what the consensus that was reached, that these would be the definitions. However, we know that there will need to be a guidance document put out, probably a joint guidance document from CDE and CTC, offering that guidance to local education agencies, school districts, schools with students with disabilities, basically, so that it's clear now that we're moving away from placing students solely based on disability category, or really on their IEP, but in terms of the teacher that can work with them, disability category, moving towards the student's needs, which are also addressed in the IEP. So I just wanted to say that so that it's not like, here's the definitions and now the field has to figure out what to do with those. It's not that. There will be guidance and I'm assuming technical assistance to districts before the full implementation happens and teachers complete the program with these new credentials in 2022. And that, I think, are all the points I wanted to make today. So thank you again for having me.
William, that was a lot of really helpful information. Is there an updated tree trunk?
There's not really an updated tree because the tree was a good initial visual, but I think moving forward, as programs are determining how to best revise or implement these new teaching performance expectations, some might have all the teacher candidates together for the first half of the year, and then they branch off. Some might branch off a little sooner, a little later. A lot of our institutions are offering dual programs so that those candidates may stay together for a longer time. But I would think of it as more who has to address now the universal TPEs. So it's the mild, mod, and extensive support needs teachers. And to do that, they don't have to fully be in general ed settings or in classes with their general ed peers. But we do anticipate that there will be some crossover and breaking down of those silos at the institutional level so that everyone is able to meet those, to meet that new requirement.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Let me open it up to questions. Sarah, did I see your hand? Great, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have two questions, and they're vastly different. The first one is, as I look through the eligibility, the primary disability that these different credentials can serve, in none of them I'm finding speech and language as a primary disability. And I'm concerned about that. I have a background as a speech pathologist, but also working extensively at a preschool level, that it's a very heavy diagnosis to either label a child as intellectually disabled or having autism or something at a preschool level. So often speech and language, we know that is an area of eligibility. So help me understand how that would work for newly identified students whose primary eligibility is speech and language.
Okay, and they're needing more than just the related service, I'm
Correct,
assuming?
yes.
Okay. So in discussions with the field and feedback we received, including the fact that an ed code for speech and language impairment eligibility can only come from an SLP, the decision was made to omit that one from the authorization statements. I can think of one reason would be that although it may say on the IEP what the services are for the student, that if the student has the SLI eligibility, but any teacher can work with them, that they may end up working with that teacher who is not really sure how to work with them fully. Does that make sense?
No, not really.
Okay.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't.
okay.
I didn't follow the end there.
No. Let me try to put it another way. It is something that was discussed, but for speech and language impairment, and I understand probably for the younger ones, it is an initial eligibility that a lot of them have. But there was maybe some concern that then a teacher would be assigned to work with an SLI only student without really knowing how to work on their IEP goals as prescribed in the IEP.
Yeah, I got that. I got that.
Because
So-
that was sort of a big concern just historically that came up when the language and academic development credential came through about 10 years ago. And there was a lot of pushback then from the State SLP Association and concern that that's sort of what would end up happening, that teachers, although it may not be correct to assume that these special ed teachers could then work with the student who's SLI only on their goals and objectives when they really may not have the appropriate training to do so.
Right, but we also know that students who have a primary disability as orthopedically impaired, the teacher is not going to be a physical therapist or
Right.
occupational therapist. So I think it does a disservice to
Okay.
our community, especially our younger ones.
Right.
And especially because you have specific learning disability as a birth to 5 eligibility, which is very rare.
Right.
To identify a student that young as having a learning disability.
Okay.
So I just respectfully kind of say I think we need to look at
Okay.
that, because I think it sends. I get it from the speech and language perspective that
Right.
the teacher says, I can't do this on my own, but we don't expect a teacher who has an orthopedically impaired child to do it on their own, or a child who has other disabilities. So I think we need to I would ask that you relook at SLI as a primary disability that these teachers can serve. So that's kind of one thing. And then the second thing, I was part of the special education task force several years ago that we made several recommendations about the teacher credentialing. And you talked a little bit about the TPEs, the teacher performance expectations.
Right.
And you talked about them from the perspective of the special education credential and what these teachers have. But a large part of the recommendations that went forward were general education teachers need to have a greater knowledge and understanding of how to work with special education students. It kind of goes to the heart of what we were talking about earlier today, which is
Right.
segregation. And, if general education teachers, so is there another piece that maybe you haven't shared, or can you speak to what, is there, so these changes have all been made for special ed credentials. Have there been any changes on the general ed side?
Yes, and
Okay.
those were in on the general ed side.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think I even came once to one of, I've presented to a lot of groups, so forgive me if it wasn't this one, but it was a chart that showed where all of the special ed knowledge new to the general ed, or multiple and single subject candidates, exists in the new TPEs. And they had input from the special ed field developing those TPEs. And so that's where it is. They carried over some of the current mild moderate teaching performance or candidate competency language and infused that into those 2016
So there were changes made on both sides?
Yeah.
Great.
Ideally, they would have happened together for everyone in the state, including our programs and LEAs. That would have been the smoothest way to do it, but Gen Ed happened first, and now we have special ed happening as well. And so soon it will be more aligned for the programs, for LEAs, everyone.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great, thank you for that. Kayla?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
can I
yeah.
actually ask you a quick follow-up question? Do you find, just as we're thinking about this, for the speech and language impairment, that it would be primarily affecting the younger students, or is that something you'd like to see, if it's even possible, all the way through 22 for those credentials?
I think for the most part, it's the early childhood.
Okay.
Typically, what happens is as students get older, there's a better handle on what that primary disability is. I don't recall a lot of primary speech disabilities in special day class programs,
Okay.
but especially at that younger age.
It's a point well taken, and it's one that I will take back. And
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You know, The reg package, I don't think, has been opened yet, so still got some flexibility potentially.
Oh, nice. Kayla.
Hi. In terms of the multiple subject and single subject, are we expecting anything along the same timeline in terms of fall 2021?
Well, they've already transitioned, I think, fall 2017. They transitioned to their new standards and TPEs. But as the special ed transition happens with the programs, they may be working together in ways that they weren't previously to sort of help each other out at the program level. So Gen Ed already transitioned their programs, and now special ed is transitioning theirs, and the mild to moderate and extensive support needs candidates will be meeting those universal TPEs as well.
So I am part of the teacher ed program at a state university, and I haven't seen, I mean, I know that they transitioned, there's new TPEs,
yeah,
but especially the exiting criteria is lacking a lot of, even in their lesson plans, in terms of them submitting for, to clear their credential. So that was my concern. I think the last time you presented, that was my concern, is that we're doing a lot more for the special education area, where in turn, it should be more, in my opinion, more in the general education area, if we're expecting more inclusion and more preparation on general education teachers.
Right.
I do see that there's a lack of.
So beyond telling programs what standards they have to meet and the TPEs that their teacher candidates have to meet, all institutions are part of that regular accreditation cycle. So it's possible some institutions have really transition their gen ed programs. We hope they all have transitioned them fully or in a full manner so that they're adequately meeting those TPEs, because that was a requirement as of fall 2017. And if that's not the case, as with any of the standards, when we come out to do the accreditation site visits, which is a regular part of the 7-year accreditation cycle, we basically verify through interviews and through document review that those TPEs are being met, those program standards are being met by the candidates. So that's sort of from the CTC side of things where we have oversight of that, beyond just the initial transition plans that were submitted by Gen Ed programs probably back in 2016, explaining to us how they would transition to these new standards and teaching performance expectations. So that's sort of the reach of our oversight, I guess, in terms of implementation.
Thank you for that. Yes. Janine, did you have a, no, pass? Yes?
Well, thank you. So I was just going to go ahead and just agree with Sarah as well, because it's a team decision at the end of the day, where if even, if they decide to go with the speech and language impairment,
right,
and that would become an issue if, we're looking at the goals, we're looking at the academic goals and the services, and the team could decide that. So that's what I just wanted to reinforce.
So that, okay, yeah, it was a discussion that was ongoing, and maybe that's an area where we need to just re-examine for that, especially for the early childhood special ed, which is birth through kinder credential.
Good point. Yeah. Barbara, and then Hafania.
I'm not extremely knowledgeable on what the universal TPEs are, but when we spoke many years ago, we had talked about that in the universal TPEs, there would be universal divine, there'd be MTSS, there'd be all sorts of things that would have the general ed teacher understanding the special ed part. But as I understand it, those are not in the universal because it started already and done. So I'm asking the question, is in the universal TPEs, is there information that general education teachers need to learn to understand children with special needs that it will be in their classrooms?
There is, actually, and that was another part of, I think it's on the same chart, actually, where I show where the special ed competencies are, also where UDL principles and MTSS is actually mentioned. And those, universal is just what we are calling the general education TPEs now, since they won't just be used for general education teachers.
Okay, William, I don't believe I ever saw that sheet.
Okay.
Would there be a way that you could send it to Kristen and Kristen can send it out to all of us,
Sure,
please?
or Matt. Do I send
Or
it to
Matt,
you?
whatever. I would
Definitely.
appreciate that, because I don't believe we got that sheet. Now, somebody else might remember it. I really don't remember getting
Writing on
that.
it. I can send it again. I also have, I don't know if it would be helpful to the group, but in the PSDE News, which is our weekly newsletter that comes out, there is also a comparison chart showing, it's pretty program specific, but it shows how the mild to moderate extensive support needs TPEs are in one column, with the universal TPEs in another column, showing which special ed TPEs are unique for a special ed teacher and which TPEs build on an existing general ed or universal TPE. So I can probably send all of it and just
I would
take from it
appreciate
what
that,
you need.
because I'm more confused today than I was.
Okay.
And then when you said the trunk was gone, then I was worried that some of that wasn't getting in. I understand what you were saying. It was, so I just think maybe a visual would be helpful. Thank you.
And the hearing that happened last week, is that now online? So if folks, can we go back and watch that hearing?
It should be. It usually comes up within 48 hours, so like
Okay.
2 business days, and it should be available.
Okay.
And if I do want to just make sure, I was sort of referring to the actual diagram of the tree. There is still that common trunk of preparation. Right, okay. And it's just really where the branches are branching off in terms of now that it's in the program's hands, that we're not saying, okay, the common trunk has to be all together till the second semester and then you can branch off. So that was sort of just my point with that.
I thank you, because I was a little confused. Thank you.
Thank you. Havania?
Hi, William. My question is a little different. I'm hearing that there's going to be teacher performance assessments for special ed teachers, the TPAs. Can you give us more information about that?
I don't have a lot of info right now just because it's in the early talks and development stages. But there will be a TPA developed for education specialists for the mild to moderate and extensive support needs. That will be like a Cal TPA type assessment. And then for our early childhood, DHH, VI, although it won't be a standardized statewide assessment, it is still expected that those teachers will have their own TPA that they need to take and pass, showing that they've met those teaching performance expectations. But I don't at this time have like a rollout date or anything like that. I mean, I would think best case scenario, the first year that the credential program goes into effect, 21-22, could be a pilot year potentially, but don't hold me to that, because it could even be the following year, just because it takes a long time to calibrate and make sure the assessment is covering all the areas it needs to assess for the teachers. So that is maybe a little further off than the implementation.
I was just trying to confirm what I was hearing through the grapevine.
Okay, is my grapevine the same as your grapevine? Okay, that's always good.
That's always good, yeah. Barbara?
Okay, so now I have another question.
Sure.
TPAs, you know I'm not big on acronyms. Do general ed teachers have TPAs?
Yes.
And so they all take this assessment, plus they take the CBEST, and plus they take the CSAT, and then they take all of these are taken.
All of them, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. So our commission wanted to make sure that that was one of the items that was discussed and agreed upon, was that all teachers would take and pass a teaching performance assessment. Sure.
So my question and concern is are the TPAs going to reflect or add on in terms of the special ed piece? Because
for gen ed folks?
For gen ed, yes.
No. Their TPA is
very
set. Okay.
No, I know what they are, but
Yeah.
and that's my concern is that if they're going to reflect how they teach or effective practices, best practices in a classroom where they have English learners, special education students. So that's my concern.
So I would say not every TPE is assessed through the TPA.
Right.
The program has the responsibility to make sure they're all addressed, whether they're in the TPA or not. So again, I mean, I think it really comes down to the individual programs, making sure that those gen ed candidates are getting the experience and knowledge to work with students with disabilities. And really, we emphasize that all students definition that's at the very beginning of the TPEs, including students with disabilities and a host of other students you may encounter in your classes. And I just kind of talk back to our oversight, which is through the accreditation cycle, and that's really our system of ensuring that programs are providing teachers with what they need to know before they are issued that preliminary credential.
But it would be interesting to see the TPAs on the specialization.
Yeah, it's in early development. So yeah, I assume it will more or less mirror the gen ed, obviously, but for the special ed TPEs.
Okay, our last comment,
Follow-up.
Barbara?
Okay. As I said, this seems like a lot. We're in the process of being in a teacher shortage. Was that ever thought about when we started adding all of these things onto becoming an educator, which is, of course, my favorite profession in the world. Special ed, it's what I did, but we've added so much more, and we have almost no special ed teachers. I mean, I don't know, you may see more than I do, but what I hear, and so I just needed to know if that was ever in this thought process.
It definitely was in the thought process. I mean, at every stakeholder meeting, work group we met with, teacher shortage was a discussion. We don't want to make the requirements so much so that we discourage people from going into the profession. We also talked about retention issues and making sure our new teachers, including special ed teachers, feel fully prepared to work with the variety of students they'll encounter in the variety of settings they may encounter, some of which are sort of new as districts transition to MTSS types of systems. And so that was also looked at too. And that was also the discussion around a ways back. There was talk of requiring special ed teachers to earn that gen ed credential again. That didn't go that far, but the commission did feel like they should be required to meet those universal TPEs. But that's why I did emphasize that the gen ed universal TPEs don't have to be met exclusively with gen ed kids in a gen ed setting. Because at that point, that would be a lot more work, and that would almost be like the work required to earn that second credential. Okay?
Thank you, William. Thank you for continuing to come back and engage with us.
No problem.
We appreciate it.
And I'll get those documents over, and hopefully it clarifies some things we talked about today.
Oh, that would be helpful. If you send them to Matt, then we'll make sure they get distributed.
For sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
All right, commissioners, we are moving into item number 7. This is our committee meetings, and we will break up into 2 committees. Remember, we have our Ledge Committee and we have our Policy Committee, and I just want to thank our committee leads. So we have Summer and David leading our Ledge Committee, and Kimberly and Christina, who's not here, leading our Policy Committee. And as you all know, in order to make these meetings beneficial and efficient, a lot of work happens outside of this meeting that they did. And so just want to thank you guys for the work that you put into our agendas and the discussion that we're going to have today. So each group has an agenda that we hope will split the time between the content of your agenda and some discussion, beginning the discussions for our visit to the Capitol tomorrow. So we will be splitting into our 2 places, the Ledge Committee in the back room through this door, Policy Committee here in this room. Policy Committee in 1801, which is out and then turn right in front of the little food area, go through the door and the rooms on the right. Members of the public, you are welcome to join us in either space. So Leg Committee here in the media room, Policy Committee in 1801. And then just a reminder, so your leads have an agenda. We are interested in hearing input from the commissioners, and then we will open up the discussion to include members of the public to also weigh in. So I just ask that you help your facilitators manage those discussions. And then we will report back here at 2:50. So you have a little under an hour to get through the agenda, talk through your 2 content areas, and then begin your discussion on the capital talking points for tomorrow, and then report back here at 2:50. 2:50, yes. Any questions? All right, and this is, remember, if you forgot which committee you're a part of, we're sticking same people with same committees, unless you decide you want to switch, and then you need to let us know. But Leg Committee in the back room, Policy Committee in 1801. All right, see you back here and then. Welcome back. I hope you had an exciting Leg and policy discussion. Exciting. All right, so who wants to report out? Who wants to start us off? We'd love to hear a policy discussion. What did you talk about? What recommendations do you have for us? Kimberly, you look excited.
I'm so excited.
She can't hide it.
So excited. So yes, we had great conversation, and we are pleased that we have a working document to move forward that has expanded much as the learning and practices from this body legislation and in the field have expanded over the years. So our model is really is really anchored in the idea of a student-centered general education student-first model, and indicates the trajectory of learning outcomes through the lens of an MTSS system, engaging with our family and community in an effort to prepare our students for transition into post-secondary and or meaningful and paid employment opportunities. So it is a reflection of all of the components that should be in place to support a child really from the time they enter into our education system and until they leave us into the greater world. So this platform, one of the main additions, I think, is really in the very first sentence that says ACSE supports legislation and initiatives that through the lens of equity. So it adds that caveat in there, and then we added the very first new pillar, which is student-centered. We have a second pillar around learning outcomes, so it moves us away from just the conversation of assessment, but embeds assessment in the learning outcome conversation. The third pillar is calling out MTSS as the coherent model and framework of support. The fourth model being family and community engagement, and pulled in the idea of building those trusting family and community partnerships through a culturally responsive manner. And then the final column being transition, emphasizing early post-secondary transition planning so that students' futures are planned for early and with opportunity to have all stakeholders involved in those conversations. Our additional priorities continue to be adequate funding, data collection and accountability, assistive technology and accessibility, training, prep, and professional learning, identification and early intervention, and addressing disproportionality. And then, would you like me to go on into the, and then the second page really was taking apart not taking apart, but renaming the disability equity rubric to disability equity guidelines, and adding some distinctive questions in especially the first two areas under clarifying the purpose and identifying and engaging stakeholders, to drive them to say, you know, which organizations are we associating with and why? How have we engaged them? I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at your notes.
The benefit of it.
Oh, and which disability groups may be most affected by and will benefit from the proposal. So really kind of driving them to stop and think about, what does this actually do? Who benefits from, and why are we doing it? So through the lens of equity. So I think we are in a place to have new pillars and guidelines moving forward.
Fantastic. Wow.
Yeah. It was good work. We had a good team.
Very nice.
And good community input. So I appreciate everybody being at the table and sharing their thoughts.
That is fantastic. So what do you need at this point to finalize?
I guess I need a motion to accept these pillars as written and the guidelines as amended.
Do we need to pass them out so that folks can look at them, or can we just read them off? How do you want to do it?
I can certainly read them off. How about that? Okay. You want me to go through the whole page?
No.
Okay, just the pillars?
So maybe let's see, what's the best way to do this?
Let me
Do we
read the
need this?
pillars, because the language, the body of the language of the text is the same on this page.
Okay.
Really, it's the pillars that have changed. So
Perfect.
maybe we just read the pillars. Okay.
And so you are looking for a motion to change the pillars on our policy platform for the
Yeah, your
commission?
strategic plan and legislative platform.
Okay.
Yes. Where? Okay. Supports. Okay. Are we ready? Okay. First pillar being student-centered. Ensure that all students are general education students first, receive universal supports, meaningful access to core curriculum, challenging content standards, and ensure that educators support students to develop skills that prepare them to be civically engaged, independent learners, and college and career ready. Learning outcomes are second pillar. Ensure that instruction is universally designed and differentiated to meet the needs of the whole child, while assessments are aligned to instruction with appropriate supports and accommodations and/or modifications in place to provide opportunity for students to fully demonstrate knowledge, skills, and growth. Okay. Third pillar being multi-tiered systems of support. Ensure a coherent model built on a framework of a multi-tiered system of support, including academic, behavioral, and social emotional supports, data-driven decision-making, and interventions supportive of the strengths and needs of students in the most inclusive and equitable learning environment. Fourth pillar being family and community. Strengthen the infrastructure of collaboration between the school and families to ensure active, meaningful engagement and create trusting family and community partnerships in a culturally responsive manner. And finally, transition. Emphasize early post-secondary transition, planning to ensure that all students have access to the full range of career and technical pathways aimed at building independence and self-sufficiency through post-secondary education and/or meaningful and paid employment opportunities. Yes, please.
But is it, you said evidence. Was it evidence-based practices? Data-driven. What did you say around?
Data-driven decision-making. Yes.
No, it was the one that where I think it was describing the MTSS.
Ensure a coherent model built on a framework of multi-tiered system of support, including academic, behavioral, and social emotional data-driven decision-making, or support, sorry, data-driven decision-making and interventions, maybe that was the word, and interventions that are supportive of the strengths and needs of students in the most inclusive and equitable learning environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I guess my concern it would be that it, thank you, I'm sorry, would be like evidence-based.
Okay.
Something that would say that, because there's lots and lots of interventions that districts will say that they are part of the MTSS model, and then when you ask them, well, how do you know it works? You know, and there's absolutely no research, but something that would be evidence-based.
So if we started with data-driven decision-making and evidence-based interventions that are supportive of the strengths and needs of students in the most inclusive and equitable learning environment. Okay, perfect, okay. No, I love that. That is a primary function of that system. Perfect.
Kimberly, do the additional priorities remain the same?
Yes. So additional priorities, I'll read those again: adequate funding, data collection and accountability, assistive technology and accessibility, training, preparation, and professional learning, identification and early intervention, addressing disproportionality. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
So my only comment on the form, and I know we've talked about being able to use that when we go to the Capitol or different places, is that at the very beginning of the document, it says ACSE. It doesn't spell out what it is. Okay.
I did change it. So it now says the Advisory Commission on Special Education, and then it says ACSE. And then when we drop down into the bar that says ACSE supports legislation, we've already defined it. So thank you. Yes. Yeah, in the heading. Okay.
One last question, and
Sure.
it's kind of picking nits. That last bullet under additional priorities, addressing disproportionality. Personal opinion, addressing doesn't really say much. I mean, are we eliminating, reducing? I mean, what's our goal with disproportionality beyond just being aware of it?
Okay. Do we have a verb that we can, do we have input on that? Instead of addressing?
Well, I think eliminating.
Okay.
What we're trying to do. We're listing these as priorities that need to be considered when you're doing the legislation. So part of it is if we're trying to eliminate disproportionality, is that what we constantly work toward? That's one of the things we're asking.
Yeah.
I think it's really, we're trying to, the legislation should be in the area of eliminating it as much as possible, not having it. So,
okay.
It's important.
Eliminating it is. Okay.
Fantastic.
It is
So,
written.
so procedurally, I guess for the, we'll do maybe each page separately. So do you want to do a motion for the first page that supports the updated language that you just read? You don't have to read it again, but.
So moved.
I make a motion that we support the redone pillars that guide our strategic work and legislative guidance.
Second.
Great.
Fantastic. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, please raise. Public comment. Lester. Is there any public comment on this motion? Now is your chance.
Okay, done.
Okay. If you are in favor of the amended language, raise your hand. If you are opposed to the amended language, raise your hand. If you choose to abstain, please raise your hand. Okay.
Can I please raise my hand that I agreed? Because I missed that, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part and I'm like, where's agree? I'm so sorry, because I know my hand needs to be raised.
Yes,
I'm
thank
not
you for
abstaining
clarifying.
Yeah, our work, no.
From our own
I'm so, right, my own language. I abstain, I'm sorry.
Okay. Any questions, comments? No. All right. So that passes unanimously to the updated pillars. Nice work. Now, do we need to then flip to the equity side?
Yes.
Guidelines. All right. Let's do that.
So I'm going to highlight the changes only because the vast majority of the body language stayed the same. So under number 1, clarifying the purpose, it now reads, what does the proposal seek to accomplish as it relates to education of all students within the legislative platform? What was taken out was including students with disabilities, because the opening 2 lines that really framed the entire document read that the purpose of these guidelines is to ensure that legislation and policy are constructed in a way to ensure equity of access, support, and outcomes for students with disabilities. So it is a bit redundant to continue to mention that in all the areas. And then we added a bullet that asked the question, will it improve outcomes? So clarifying the purpose now reads, what does the proposal seek to accomplish as it relates to education of all students within the legislative platform? Will it reduce disparities or discrimination? Will it advance equity and inclusion? And will it improve outcomes as an addition? Under identifying and engaging stakeholders, number 2, it now reads, it read which disability groups may be most affected by and concerned with the issues related to this proposal. It now reads which disability groups may be most affected by and will benefit from this proposal. So moving away from the idea of being concerned, how does this actually benefit? Secondly, the second bullet used to read, have stakeholders from different groups been informed, meaningfully involved, and authentically represented in the development of this proposal? It now reads, how have stakeholders been engaged and informed about this proposal? And number 3 used to read which groups are missing and how can they be engaged. It now reads which disability groups are missing and how can they be engaged. And then added the 4th bullet, which disability organizations or / associations have you engaged and why? Okay. And 3, 4, 5, and 6 stayed the same.
Very nice. So are you looking for a motion
I am looking for a motion. I would like a motion.
To modify the language as you have just described. And I think given that we have a video feed of this that enters it into the record, right? We don't have to write it out. So we are looking to
I make the motion.
Janine, thank you.
Go ahead and modify with the language that Kimberly just stated.
I'll second.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Questions, public comment, clarifications on the motion? Seeing none, then if you are in favor of the language as Kimberly read, please raise your hand. If you are opposed to the language, please raise your hand. If you choose to, I was just demonstrating, I was not raising my hand. And if you choose to abstain, please raise your hand. Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. Definitely want to applaud you, Kimberly, for your leadership and for the members of that committee. Very nice work. I know that was challenging. Doing anything in a group is challenging, and a group that does not see each other regularly is even more challenging. So thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a chance we're going to have this ready for tomorrow? Nice job, Matt. Nice job. Do you ever sleep?
Very nice. Perfect. Kimberly.
Can I just say, again, thank you to our community members who are part of our group today.
Nice.
You know, that's a group with a bunch of opinions at this dais, and they jumped right in and had great suggestions, and I think their voices reflected in several of the pillars, and I appreciated that. So thank you.
Nice. Very good one. Okay, Ledge Committee.
Well, that hour went by really fast with all of us talking because we looked up and 5 minutes were left. Our agenda had originally had us looking at a bunch of different legislation, but our conversation quickly revealed that we have some work to do in defining what our role is especially relative to current legislation. So I felt like we had a very, very productive conversation in that we identified that it might be a good idea, Kristen, you might be able to help us, that at our June meeting, we ask that some legal counsel come and facilitate a conversation with us so that we have a great conversation around what exactly is our role and try to create a definition to be really clear moving forward so that we can make some good choices in terms of how our efforts are spent. So hopefully we can work together and have that happen.
If I can just say that this issue has come up for 30 years. And so this is not a new conversation, and it's that line between advocacy and advisory. And so I would say every 3 to 4 years, we have someone come in. Probably it would be good to have it every year. So when folks are new, we could just review and have a conversation about it, and you guys can come to some terms, you know, as a group and all that. So everyone's on the same page. I think your challenge is that anything, and I ran into this too because I was the ledge chair for a long time too, is that when you don't meet often during the ledge season, and today you're saying that you all are in favor of a bill and tomorrow amendments come in that completely reverse what the bill was going to do, you don't really have the ability to meet together and decide whether you're still in favor of that bill. And so you know, those have always been the challenges. And in order to stay on top of that, it's, as you all know, it changes, you know, from committee to committee where it goes to. And when you do a letter, it's usually just good for that committee at that moment in time. And so it's not something that carries on because sometimes it's not even relevant what you initially wrote because it's just something different. So it's just, those are considerations and those are limitations that you'll have. And like this has been going on, like I said, these conversations for 30 years or however long the advisory commission's been in place. I'm not even sure how long that's been, but we debated it all the time. So we're happy to bring someone to have that conversation. I know other states struggle with the same thing. We meet more often than most states do, even with the 5 to 6 times a year that we meet. Some people only meet once or twice a year and are not in statute in the way that we are. So we're really lucky that we have that kind of authority. So anyway, happy to do that for next meeting, but it's just something to think about.
Well, that I'm sure makes us all feel better that we didn't just land upon this conversation. So that's good. And where it was really meaningful, I think, as we prepare for tomorrow is so that every commissioner can feel really strongly about providing what the policy committee just worked on as the lens through which the members can be aware of the work that we do. And I think that that's a good place to start from a legislative standpoint at the moment so that as opposed to coming out in favor or opposed to something, that we can just refer to the policy committee's work and saying, this is how we look at these issues and we're here as a resource for you should you need that help. One thing that I feel strongly about is if we can come up with a definition, then it will satisfy every commissioner that may not be working in the Ledge Subcommittee, because there is this gray area of understanding what, even with bills as straightforward, as seemingly straightforward, that would be non-controversial for every single one of us here because we all have passion and work in this field. It's important that all of us understand in terms of the legislative process what our defined roles are, and I think that will help everyone to feel better about the work that comes out of the Ledge Subcommittee.
You know, one of the things we were talking about, if we could get some of the legislation that kind of is supported by the pillars that we just approved, if we could kind of align to kind of at least understand that this legislation really supports what we have said that we support through our through ACSE. So I would just wonder if that's something that we could have our legislative committee do, and look at the bill and see if any of these pillars are being actually demonstrated there.
So exactly what you just said is why I think it's important that we create the definition. So we sort of, I think it became really clear that we have to have that definition before we move forward, because there's some statutes that I think we have to understand. And then there's the aspect of, where are you most influential? Are you most influential in developing relationships with legislators so that they do look to us for advice? Or are we more influential in making an opinion about a current piece of legislation, because as Kristen said, we're often not able to act as quickly as we would like. So I think if we have the definition, it will help guide us in understanding our role in exactly what you just said. And because of the nature of this work, it's hard to think of who would create that document that you're requesting. Would that be me? Like, that's the question, is how could me as an individual have the lens to identify, well, this current piece of legislation fits our pillars? I would be working in a silo by myself, which would be inappropriate. And so then when we meet, it's often too late to kind of weigh in on something. So that's what you grapple with. And I'm glad to hear Kristen say that people before us have grappled with the same issue.
From my perspective, what I was asking wasn't so much that we have to do an analysis of whether that was a piece. I think that what I was trying to get, if there is legislation that's now being in the area that touches upon our pillars, it gives us some indicator when we're talking that this is an example of the legislation that's supporting the pillars. That's what I was trying to get. Not so much about now do we now need to analyze whether it does do that, and whether but it's more to give us an example and to give legislators an example that this, when we talk about the pillars that we're that should be guiding legislation as we talk about special ed, we want to make sure these are in place. Here's an example of one that really touches on the family community engagement, the learning outcomes, something that would give us examples that would help us. That's what I was looking for.
I do think, to Summer's point too, the legwork, I mean, there was how many bills introduced this session? Like, I mean, a couple thousand. So, and even one of our pillars, I think there might be hundreds of bills that touch on it. And so what you're asking is a really good question, and something that I think the Leg Committee, once our role is clearly defined, first, let's define our role and then let's operationalize it. What does that look like as a body? Thank you, Havania. As a body, what do we do at each meeting and what do we bring forward? So I think that conversation about defining is a really important one.
And that was the other part of the conversation we had in the room, is that our calendar of activities may need to change because trying to advise in real time, we've already discussed, may not be the most effective means for the commission, but there may be conversations and actions that we can take in June, August, October that cultivates the relationships and provides input in terms of what our priorities are as an organization.
Yep. It's good, right? It's good. Okay, Summer, thank you for your leadership. David, thank you for your leadership. So we have public comment. Great.
Tom Chun.
Idea is just a most excellent one, but I also understand what Summer's concern is about the whole manual process. I think as part of the commission, you may want to kind of make a recommendation to the Education Committee in the legislature to develop some kind of keyword or meta tag type of opportunity where we put our pillar conversations into it and kind of automatically filter the language as they develop it on the legislation, and then pop out the ones that identifies us. Then people could actually get in there manually and take a look. And it'll take a little more resources and money, but I think that may be worthwhile as the kind of filtering mechanism that's done automatically with the artificial intelligence that we all purposely have access to.
Thank you, Tom. Okay. All right, commissioners, good work on that. Really appreciate the discussion, the passion, the engagement, and looking forward to seeing our cardstock official updated platform tomorrow. So Matt, thank you for that. All right, we are going to take a break. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back and hear from Dr. Sandoval, welcome, and hear voices from the field, talk about some bylaws. If you haven't had a chance to look at the edits to the bylaws based on our discussion at the last meeting, please do that. And then general public comment, and then we talk about tomorrow. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Welcome back, commissioners. So we are moving on to item number 9, but let's go ahead and start with Dr. Sandoval. Thank you. Welcome. Really appreciate your support and your engagement, and welcome. Glad to have you here.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate being able to offer my liaison report this afternoon. I always want to start by giving gratitude, my own and that of every member of the State Board of Education. Your hard work every other month in between our board meetings really informs the conversation and the decision making. And it's an enormous responsibility, but to be a part of, this is my second term on the board, and just in every conversation that we have about issues around assessment, accountability, serving all students, the conversation has really changed. It's more consistent about our responsibility to serve all students, and that our students who are eligible for special education are general education students first. And that's something that's just embedded in the work that we're doing. So I really have you all to thank for that. Visual and performing arts standards. I'm the liaison also with visual and performing arts. And I wanted to mention that the framework for the curriculum is in development right now. And there is a framework committee that has 2 more meetings. And at the last meeting, they heard a presentation on universal design for learning. And so access and equity is really the viewing lens for all of our curriculum development. It's wonderful because that's the standard now. It's not an add-on, it's not a nice extra, it's the way that everyone is viewing these important curricular frameworks. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then at the last Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting, you heard from staff from the Special Education Division on the State Systemic Improvement Plan. And you also heard about Indicator 17 and the efforts that staff are taking to align the work of our State Systemic Improvement Plan with the broader system of support under LCFF, Local Control Funding Formula. Commissioner Schulman. And the commission recommended that we approve the plan, and at our March meeting we approved the plan unanimously, and we are grateful for all of your input and your support of that work. And then in March at the last state board meeting, staff from the Accountability and Measurement Division provided an update on their work to incorporate the California Alternative Assessment into the Academic Achievement Indicator for the 2019 dashboard. And so the department staff will be further engaging this commission prior to us taking further action at the state board level. And we also heard from CDE staff about the upcoming work to collect data on workability, and the Department of Rehabilitation Transition Services and other data sources for possible inclusion into the College and Career Indicator. So again, it's how are we aligning our systems to meet the needs of all students. So again, thank you to each and every one of you for your great service, and making sure that all of our work is inclusive of all students. And I'm looking forward to our continued conversations today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Dr. Sandoval. Okay, commissioners, we are moving on to item number 9. This is Voices from the Field. So Matt, do you want to read the question that we put out into the field this time?
Sure.
Thank you.
Looking through its lens, what does your organization believe needs to be in place to ensure students with disabilities are included with their peers without disabilities?
Fantastic, thank you. All right, who do we have first?
First up is Ann Vesey, Executive Director, Special Education, Riverside County Office of Education. Oh, they both are right, yeah.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here again. And I would just like to say that, as you know, I'm representing the SECO group, and as a group, we truly believe that all children should have access not only to school, but also to the community in which they live. I did put this out to the group. Thank you. He's lowering this for me. Yes, I know. I think he's just reminding all of you that I'm very short, and I did not wear heels today. So I sent it out to my colleagues throughout the state, and I received several responses from them. And some of the things that we're seeing that is going to need to happen is there's got to be a cultural shift and a mind shift. And that has to happen both from the top down and from the bottom up. So it can't happen in the middle. It's got to go both ways. We have wonderful, wonderful teachers out there that work really hard to have their children included throughout the day in the school sites where they're located at. And we have wonderful administrators that make sure that that happens. And at the same time, we also have places where that doesn't occur so much. So being honest on that and making sure that that happens. But what really is going to need to happen is there's going to need to be some financial support for good professional development. And in order, and professional development came across about 10 times from what I heard. And what we're really seeing is that there's a lack of awareness. And when we look at that, that actually starts with credentialing. And I know the folks from CTC were here today, and we listened to them. But the credentialing piece also has to affect the administrative credential. Myself, having gone through an administrative program in the state of California, special ed is supposed to be like embedded into our program, not so much. So the administrators that are overseeing our school sites don't necessarily have a real strong awareness of special education. And then there's just flat out fear. And that fear really stems again from lack of knowledge and lack of experience. And there's hesitancy by people. And part of that is people are fearful and hesitant because they've heard of so much litigation. And they don't want to get into the middle of litigation and concerns. And I hear that a lot from my general education colleagues, both at the administrative level and in the classroom level. So always some fear and concern about that. And as I really think about the concept of inclusion, and as we kind of bantered some things back and forth via email, one of the things that we talked about is, this is going to sound, but I'm going to just put it there. Inclusion is kind of almost seen in a negative light, that word in and of itself. And we almost have to get rid of the word inclusion and look for something else. And what we've really talked about is, let's talk about it as an equity lens and not necessarily through an inclusion lens. And that what we really need to give is an equitable, equal access for all. And that means all, whether the student is of a different race, a different ethnicity, or a different ability level. And stop talking so much about how are we going to get them in the middle of everything. It's about equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Really appreciate that.
Next, we have Dayon Higgins, Parents Advocating Together.
Good afternoon. I really didn't prepare for this, but inclusion is really dear to my heart. And I brought my friend Raylene Dickinson with me. Right now, as an advocate in San Diego, I probably have less than maybe a handful of students that I have successfully been able to collaborate with the team and facilitate inclusion, regardless of what the child's ability levels are. And the success I've seen from doing this is I've seen children that when I did an observation in a special day class, they were rocking, crying, moaning. I collaborated with a team with a very open district that was open-minded, that was willing to facilitate training. A year later, my snapshot of that same child is he's following his peers. He's participating now at readings time. Language may be above the child's ability, but you know what? He's participating. If I have a really strong team, we're actually front-loading my child on how to answer the questions. So this child is fully included in this classroom. So I had to think, because here I have Raylene, we had 3 due processes, and the right for her son to have inclusion was taken away. We had a district that came out and pretty much said after the 3rd due process, we can't and we won't. And that really breaks my heart when Raylene is now a volunteer with me, that when we go to the other districts that are facilitating and putting the effort and time in, the success of these kids and her own grandson, who we brought with us, has been deprived that basic right and cornerstone of IDA. So I really had to think, what makes my team successful when we have inclusion? Well, it kind of goes back to exactly what you all were just doing. You know, it's student-centered. It's really finding out, identifying the needs of each child. It's implementing. The important piece is really, truly implementing that educational plan that we as a team have developed, whether it's training the aid support, modifying or accommodating that child's needs, because there's different levels of needs per child, right? So it's having that flexibility. We also, my kids that are most successful, we do some educational training for the peers. So if I have a child that's using an augmentative device, we explain to them, hey, your friend speaks this way, and this is how you include your friend. So we go in and we front load with some amazing, educators. Sometimes it's a speech and language pathologist, but we provide that support for the peers. Oftentimes, again, the districts that are most successful, we have an inclusion specialist, which goes back to credentials, or we're using a credential teacher to support that general education teacher. I think the biggest piece that was missing for Raylene's grandson and the other kids all 3 of my kids that I brought this time, all 3 of them, same school district, refused, failed in inclusion. We need a team that believes in success of each student. A team that isn't just labeling a child and saying this child needs to be in a mod severe classroom. I need a team that believes and wants success for each of their students. I also need a team that's going to be mindful of each student's strengths, because the most success I've had is I've had children that my gen ed kids say, come on my team, because this young man could calculate numbers before the kids can even enter it into a calculator. Raylene's grandson is awesome in basketball. So when we look at facilitating inclusion for everyone, it should really be based on their strength, and then providing the team with the supports that they need so each child can have success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dayon. It's great to see you. For commissioners, Dayon Higgins is the parent of a student that was a student commissioner for us years ago, and so it's great. I actually have seen him around town, and so it's great to. Well, I saw him as an EMT, I believe. Nice. So welcome. Okay.
Jennifer Takerts, Family Empowerment and Disability Council.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm normally sitting back here and not up here. The reason I'm up here today is because no one from the Family Empowerment and Disability Council could make it. So they deputized me to speak on their behalf.
Nice.
I work for the West Ed Center for Prevention and Early Intervention, so Kimberly is one of my colleagues. And I'm very happy to give you the input that the FEDC collected on this prompt today.
Great.
So thinking specifically from their council standpoint, some things that they think should be in place to ensure inclusion for all students. From their perspective is, the outreach and the parent education piece. So really a need for expansion of FECs and increased funding so that they can reach all of the areas in California and make sure that parents know their rights. Also bilingual and multilingual capabilities so that they can reach, again, all families in California and really meet the needs of those who speak other languages. They also came up with some ideas around how to support educators, and they really highlighted not only special education teachers, but also paraprofessionals and general education teachers, making sure that they have the training and education that they need to support all students, but also, and I heard this a little bit back there too, is the time to be able to do this, using some of those in-service days to be able to provide the training, to encourage the training for those professionals to ensure inclusion. They had some pretty specific ideas that I thought I would still share with you, definitely including paraprofessionals in the classroom to support inclusion, a support network with commitment from stakeholders, increased training in professional and staff development, and paraprofessionals as well, a requirement for districts to provide training to all general education staff, support for teachers to have the time for training before the school year, because we were hearing that some teachers don't even have time to review an IEP before a student enters their classroom, so they don't get to see the IEP until the school year has started, and that puts them in a difficult position. And they also were suggesting, mandated or some kind of mandate for continuing education hours or credits for paraprofessionals, just some ways to incentivize the training. So thank you for having me.
Well, thank you so much. Next.
Next is Heather DeFady, Chair of the Special Education Local Plan Area Administrators Association.
I have to apologize to my staff every time I get up from my desk because my shoes squeak, so I apologize. So Commissioners, thank you for having time on your agenda for Voices from the Field and being connected to the teachers and the paraprofessionals and the variety of service providers who are supporting our students with disabilities across the state. Currently, the SELPA Administrators Association of California is engaged in various aspects of the system of support right now. We are collaborating with our local educational agencies to align various accountability measures with the statewide system of support. And in this work, there's increased collaboration between SELPA's county offices of education, local education agencies, and a variety of stakeholders, including the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. There are various monitoring activities that our LEAs are involved in right now, and so it's a very busy time on top of being a busy time in the school year. And as these monitoring processes continue to evolve, we appreciate the collaboration between the association and the California Department of Education to ensure that our districts are meeting their requirements and their responsibilities to their students. As CDE is moving forward with one system of data collection, the SELPAs are preparing our LEAs for this change, and this process is still unfolding, and we are continuing to work collaboratively to ensure that all stakeholders are knowledgeable in this process so that we can ensure that we have accurate data collection in the new data system. And as you know, through your committee work that you just worked on, the legislation cycle is in full swing. And as we advocate on behalf of all students with disabilities, we are supporting AB 428, the Medina bill, in order to ensure equitable funding for all students. As we know, the current funding method has some strengths. However, it does discriminate against certain areas by providing different funding rates for them to meet their students with disabilities needs. So thank you, Commissioners, for your continued advocacy on behalf of all students across the state.
Great, thank you. Oh, great, okay. Thank you. I really appreciate hearing from the stakeholder groups that were represented today, and just appreciate you guys coming and sharing with us. Okay, we are moving on into item number 10. This is our Advisory Commission bylaw discussion. So if you will remember, at our last meeting, we had a discussion about changes to the voting structure or the way we handled nominations and voting. And so, Matt, thank you for working with other folks within the department to bring our bylaws into compliance with the discussion that we had. So I'd love it if you could walk through what we have in our packet here.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. You know, like Gina just said, we looked at what you guys recommended from the last meeting when we broke out into two separate groups and came together with some recommendations. And I worked with Lynn Garfinkel in our legal office to put together some legal language that could take the place of what was currently in the bylaws. In addition to that, there were a few statutes that are outdated, so we replaced that, and just a couple things where there are hyphens that bothered me that I might have changed a little bit. But we only focused on a few sections, so don't think the whole all the bylaws have been updated. We still got work to do. So I guess I don't really feel the need to go through the changes to the statutes. So we'll skip ahead to page 4, Article 2, officers. And as you guys discussed at last meeting and recommended a change to the self-nomination form so that people could nominate others on the commission for the roles of chair and vice chair. So we put together some language that would reflect that, working with Lynn, who I think is here now. We just need to make sure that you guys understand no one can be a candidate without giving consent. And so if you do nominate someone else from the commission, I will be following up with them to ensure that they are willing and able to run for that office in June. So any questions on the first paragraph there, the changes to the nominations form, nominations?
Can you just read it out loud?
Oh,
Matt,
sure.
just to
Yeah,
make
I can
sure
do
it's
that.
accessible? Thanks.
So we added in on the nomination form, commissioners will have the option to nominate themselves and or other commissioners for the positions of chair and vice chair. No one may be a candidate without one's consent. It is the duty of the election committee, the commission executive secretary, and the staff liaison to follow up with all nominees to finalize the election ballot. And then we took out some language there on which members shall indicate their willingness to serve as chair, vice chair, or neither. And then we started the next sentence with nomination rather than these forms.
Thank you. And if I remember correctly, this was in response to the suggestion that it's not just a self-nomination process, that you have the opportunity to nominate somebody else on the commission, but they would have to accept.
Correct.
Great. Any questions on that change? No? Okay, great. You want to go into the next one, Matt?
Sure. And the next change is a legal change. It's something that came out of the fact that we just have no option other than to do the vote this way for the chair and vice chair. And so it reads, the election shall be by public roll call vote with each commissioner voting as their name is called by the staff liaison. And we struck out by secret ballot. And we struck out members may request an absentee ballot. Absentee ballots will be counted as part of the quorum. Obviously, that no longer applies. And we added in absentee balloting is prohibited for the election of the chair and vice chair. Commissioners must be present or have called into the meeting to participate in the election of the officers. And we struck out the chair of the election committee must receive this written request, meaning the absentee ballots, at least 15 days prior to the election. Sealed absentee ballots must be received by the chair of the election committee at least 72 hours prior to the election and shall not be opened until all ballots are counted. So again, this was a change that we had to make based upon legal issues.
And if I remember correctly, there was discussion about how uncomfortable that might feel to do a public vote, but if I understand now that that is a requirement.
It is a requirement, yes.
Okay. And then the second one, yes, Barbara.
I have a question. If the person is calling in, do they have to let you know so many days in advance what the address is so it gets published? And if so, should that be in here? That's the law. I know, but would somebody know that if it's not in here?
I think it's
I mean, that's Bagley Keene. I think it's anywhere that a commissioner is participating from has to be in the agenda, which has to be posted. So it's covered in that. I don't think we need to cover it further than that.
Okay, then can you tell me, for my knowledge, how much ahead of time does it have to come in?
We post the agenda 10 days in advance. However, it has to go through a process here, which includes, obviously bureaucracy, which means I usually get the agenda to another individual 2 days in advance of that. So the person would have to let us know that week, which would be 2 weeks out from the meeting.
Okay, I was just wondering because I wanted to make sure everybody understood, so thank you.
Of course.
It is good. It is good. And maybe we should add that. So on section 4, it's listed that you can, On page 9, you can participate remotely or by teleconference, and it references the government code that we are to be in compliance with, but maybe spelling out the specific number of days would be helpful.
That's fine. I think that's fine.
Okay. How's that? Is
That would meet your needs, I think, is
To-
what you're talking
to
about.
add
It's
the-
just
to
to have
add
it
the
written in there,
days.
just so that,
I
just to clarify,
Yeah,
so that you don't have to go an extra
just
place.
2 weeks prior, I just think it's clarification.
Yeah.
I don't think it's
I
fine.
mean, I don't know if it can be, but I think
That
it
works, yeah.
could be.
Yeah.
Turning to page 5, just a couple little things. First off, obviously Kristen is the executive secretary, not the recording secretary, so I changed that. And secondly, we struck out any candidate may have the right to privately request the vote count. Since it's a public vote count, we no longer need that language. All right, now we're moving on to page 9 at the bottom, section 4. Well, actually, section 3, excuse me. So we fixed the number of meetings per year to 5, with the option to have, we always have the option to have a meeting or a teleconference of some sort if something comes up at any time, which kind of is already laid out in the bylaws. So that was a quick fix. And then for section 4, special meetings, we added in members may participate in meetings by teleconference so long as this is done in compliance with the provisions of Government Code 11120 et sec. So.
Yeah, so maybe we could add that. So that's in the special meetings section. Maybe we could just add it to the attendance or meetings participation section just for clarity purposes.
Instead of every section?
No, because it's not actually, even though we're governed, and it says specifically that we can participate, just for clarity purposes, it would be nice to not just have teleconference option listed under special meetings, but under attendance also.
Yeah, as clear as you guys want to make it.
Sorry, Matt.
Oh, that's okay. So now let's see.
Okay.
That's all.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Easier than pie.
Sarah.
I do have a question going back to page 3 on section 4 where it talks about tenure, and it talks about public members may serve for 4-year terms.
Mhm.
And I couldn't find anything in here that there's a maximum of 2 4-year terms or 2 terms, and whenever you, like if you take
I believe
it's
it's in the
statute,
statute.
okay, because it's not in there, so it doesn't say, because it may be public members may serve for a maximum of 2 4-year terms or something, but it doesn't matter. I just
Yeah, I believe that's in the statute, but I can double check that, Sarah.
Well, and that leads us to the conversation about how we go into other sections also, because I think there are other areas that folks might want to look at. So we just talked about the officers section at the last meeting. So why don't we can add that change, and then we can decide what additional sections should be.
It does have a change.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Yeah.
something she can do it now.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it now. There was definitely some changes that looks like they happened in other sections too. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying yes. But we don't have a process because there's probably additional components is my point. And so do we want to identify other areas to look at, or should we wait for Gloria that oversees our bylaws process? So maybe we should go ahead and we'll vote on the sections we talked about. We'll add the additional one that Sarah just identified. And then when Gloria comes back, we can identify what other sections need to be updated.
Maybe that's one of the committees, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Does that make sense, Matt?
Yes.
Okay.
So
we need a motion to approve the section on officers, make the additional update on edit to tenure to reflect what's in statute. And then, so we need a motion.
I make the motion that we accept the document or approve the document with the revisions that we've discussed.
Fantastic. Any question, public comment? Question, yes, Barbara.
I just want to make sure that we're talking about her addition. We're talking about the addition of putting in about the 2-week notice beforehand. And I think there was a third, and I can't remember it.
Matt will review the video again.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
so we have Sarah's edit.
Oh, the teleconference,
yeah,
the other spot.
Yeah, the 2-week and the teleconference.
Okay.
And the attendance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We weren't specific, and I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, so any other questions, public comment on the motion? And the motion, again, adding the tenure to match the statute, updates that you see here reflecting changes to the nomination officers section, and the attendance duplicating that, the attendance policy, and then editing it to add specifically 2 weeks because that's what's already in code. Perfect. All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed to that motion? Raise your hand. Anybody abstaining, please raise your hand. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Let the record show.
You guys passing all kinds of things.
I was just gonna say, between the last meeting where we edited the, what did we edit at the last meeting? The frameworks.
Yeah.
Between last meeting and this meeting, you guys have done some heavy, heavy lifting. So thank you for that. All right, and then we will wait for Gloria to come back, and Gloria has overseen our bylaws process, and so we can refer to her on what additional sections or what section next we should be looking at to update the bylaws. Great, all right. Thank you again. All right, we're ready to move into, we are ahead of time. We are ready to move into public comment. So, Matt, do we have public commenters?
Yes, we do.
So let me just start by saying public comment is limited to 3 minutes. There is a timer on the podium that will indicate green when you are within your 3 minutes. When it moves to yellow, you have a short time left, and when it moves to red, your time is over. And I do see that we have a number of public commenters, which is great. We love having folks from the public come and engage with the commission. We are prohibited from engaging with you directly. And so we know that sometimes there is a question or an expectation that we have an answer or a response, but the role of the commission really is to ensure that our appointing bodies are familiar with what's happening in the field, and we do not have a role when it comes to engaging directly on issues that are brought forward. So with that, let me hand it over to Matt, and he will call up each public commenter. And if you have not already submitted a card, they're up at the front desk, and Matt will call you up.
All right, first up, we have Rebecca Accord, California Teachers Association Liaison.
Hello, I guarantee you I won't take 3 minutes. Just here to comment generally on the new education specialist credential. CTA was very involved in this, and we really do appreciate that our voices were heard, especially those of our teachers. We appreciate that it was a collaborative effort between CTA, the CDE, and the CTC. And we wanted to make sure to especially thank our staff people who contributed a lot of information concerning the definition of some of this language for the credential. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Next up, we have Dayon Higgins, Parents Advocating Together.
Hello again. Again, I want to thank you for this opportunity to discuss my concerns about the second largest school district in California that continually and inappropriately denies students with special needs their right to inclusion. As you know, the cornerstone of the Individual with Disability Education Act is inclusion. And so I'm asking all of you as commissioners to add, I'm going to give you 3 issues, to maybe consider adding these 3 to 4 issues into a future agenda. I've invited 3 families with me. So the first issue is inclusion of students with disabilities. My second is least restrictive environment. My third is a continuum of placements and services. And 4th, settlement agreements. I'm going to end up reading because these kids are very important to me. So child number 1 is currently enrolled in a wonderful non-public school, which is meeting and supporting all her unique needs. However, prior to her non-public placement, she was attending a public school in her community and receiving minimum supports, which did not meet her needs. Instead, it created an environment of bullying and isolation, which years later still impacts this young lady within her own community. The district administration and the staff at this site had an obligation to provide her with services and supports and to help her access public education. Instead, the lack of supports and services have led to isolation and rejection from peers that have led to social, emotional impacts that impact her till to this day. Child number 2 is currently enrolled in another non-public school, which meets almost all his unique needs. The one thing that is missing is from his educational setting is the right to have access to general education peers. You might ask yourself, why is he in this setting then? Well, after multiple IEPs and 3 settlements, the district told us they could not provide him with inclusion because they were unwilling to modify the program or provide him with additional supports and services, and instead would only offer him a non-public school after multiple elopements from campus. This situation deprived him of his basic educational right to be educated in the least restrictive environment. You know, and I don't believe any parent should ever have to make that type of a decision. Do I keep my child in a public school where he has an enrichment of friends and peers, or do I have to pull my child so he has the right to learn? This team gave up on this child. Child 3 is attending a non-public school. I'm going to talk about him tomorrow, but in this case, this child didn't receive anything. The services that he received were minimus, nothing. And due to that, he ended up hospitalized, and tomorrow I'll be talking about the use of settlement agreements to relieve their obligation of supporting this child with supports and services. I wrote everything down, so thank you again for your time.
Next we have Doris Auclair, Parents Advocating Together. Pardon me? Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, next up we have Raylene Dickinson, Parents Advocating Together.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to bring our concerns to you guys. This is Wyatt. He's 13 years old, and he has Down syndrome, but ever since he started school, they put him in a mod severe classroom with kids who are nonverbal and had severe behaviors, which scared him. So he was always in a corner with his hands over his ears. So we went, and this happened several years. He did have some inclusion. He had some good friends in general ed, but nothing was ever modified for him at all. So he would sit at the back of a classroom reading a book levels below what he can read and not accessing the classroom. It was ridiculous. I went in, I helped him to modify some stuff, and they just didn't want to do it, so we went to due process. All I wanted him was in gen ed with an aide and work being modified. Everybody agreed this could be done. Of course, they didn't do it. 6 months later, we had to go back to due process again. And all we wanted was the work modified. That's it. I did not want him in a non-public school. I wanted him in his setting where he has friends. He was invited to birthday parties. Totally enjoyed the kids. The kids did inclusion wonderfully. School did not. So then, of course, they didn't modify his work. We even had a team that came in every 6 weeks and modified the work for them. They never implemented any of the changes that they made. So again, we went back to due process and they said, sorry, we're not going to do it. We don't have the time and we don't want to. So I asked for a non-public. So he's in a non-public. He's in a small school, 35 kids, 6 kids in his classroom, 1 teacher, 4 aides, but he doesn't have his general ed peers. So he's not learning to be part of that community. We used to be able to go out in town and all these kids would see him because he was in the classroom, he was in the schools. Now he's totally separate from that. He's been out of public education for 2 years. He still asks to see his friends. He still wants to go back to the school where he had his friends. He totally enjoyed that. And he learned a lot, sometimes not most appropriate things, but it was, you know, typical behaviors of kids. So it was really nice. But something has to be done. We're in the 2nd largest school district in California, and they do not do inclusion. I'm an advocate. I go to different IEP meetings in different areas, and they do. And it's sad to sit there and see that it can be done, but it can't be done in the 2nd largest school district in California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Melissa Gardner, Parents Advocating Together.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Melissa Gardner. I would just like to start to thank you for letting me come and share my story. We are a military family who arrived in San Diego in 2012, and my whole goal when we got there was to have him in the community at our neighborhood schools. Unfortunately, as soon as they got him, they put him in the mod severe classroom where the kids in there were nonverbal and he was the only verbal child. And so I kept giving them chances, and I moved him after so long to a charter school, and that didn't work. And then I had to make a decision to move him to a placement that would meet his needs. And so finally in 2016, 2017, I pulled him to begin homeschooling because I didn't know where to go with him because the district just kept putting him in mod severe classrooms. And so during that 6-month span that I was homeschooling, his specialized academic instructional hours were reduced to 4 since he was in that setting. So then in 4th grade, I decided to re-enroll him back to public school after the advice of my advocate. And so we got there, and he really wanted to make friends, but the problem began when they first refused and denied our request to have his 30-day interim IEP. During the first 2 weeks, the Friday of the 2nd week of school, he was hospitalized with a mental health breakdown, and he was in and out of the between inpatient and outpatient for a month. At that point, before he was discharged, we requested to have a mental health related services, and we allowed them to conduct the triennial early, and we signed that day. However, they denied everything for mental health. They refused everything, and at that point, some point, they continued to create an interim IEP, which had my signature typed in and then placed in his academic file. During the assessments, the school psychologist, he's diagnosed with autism. During that time, he automatically changed from autism to intellectual disabilities without assessments. And then during the assessments, he absolutely refused to test for intellectual disability or autism because he said it wasn't worth his time or energy.
15 seconds.
So needless to say, his anxiety skyrocketed and he was in and out of inpatient and outpatient hospitalization, and we pulled him from the district and put him at a non-public school unilaterally, and he's met 8 reading levels and doing fantastically socially and emotionally and academically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Doris. So Claire, parents advocating together.
I'm here to share our story on the impact of a child when the district administration and the staff on the site failed in their obligation to provide supports and services to help my daughter Izzy access public education, which has led to isolation and rejection from her peers that continue on to this day in our neighborhood. First, the question is, why do kids have to get to the point of where they're so detrimentally damaged or end up with PTSD before something's done? Let me introduce you to my daughter. She's a kind-hearted, naive, sweet, a young soul with a heart full of gold. There isn't anything she wouldn't do for anyone. She loves everyone. She is currently 16 and in 10th grade and is loved and supported by her educational team at a non-public school where she is demonstrating educational benefit and educational progress. Izzy's story began when she was neglected, left behind in her elementary school. I was very trusting and believed that the IEP team was doing what they were supposed to do to help Izzy be successful. I felt like a broken record when I constantly said during IEPs and vice versa, talking to teachers, saying that she was just falling further and further behind, and I didn't know what to do. Yearly, I begged for help. I felt lost and scared because I knew that she needed more, but I just didn't know what was available because every time I asked, I was told they didn't have anything else. Beginning in 2nd and 3rd grade, I was told that Izzy wanted to kill herself. Why? Because she didn't know how to communicate and ask for help from peers or the staff that were bullying her. The only action the school took was to call me and tell me that she had said this. Izzy's IEP team did nothing, and they did not perform a risk assessment to offer access or help her educationally related mental health services. No further action was ever taken to try to find out what was really going on. All while she was being bullied by her principal, teachers, students, and parents of other kids attending the school. Because of the lack of services, Izzy has been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress, and she is still very, very far behind in her understanding of social thinking. You know, I just don't understand why in the public system, parents like me, I'm like, okay, I had no idea that OT was something that could help with writing. My kid couldn't write because the anxiety and the trauma increased her anxiety, and OT was never offered, speech was never offered. There were so many services that she lacked until the middle of 5th grade when I moved her and I said, I'm done because she's probably gonna flunk out.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Nicola ACSE, Thrive.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am also from San Diego, and I'm here today as a parent of a child with special needs and the founder and CEO of Thrive Public Schools. Special education students are being harmed by our current accountability system. Thrive is just one example of that, and we need your help to change this. One, the lack of clear growth measures for students in our accountability system is harmful. And two, measuring school quality only by student proficiency disincentivizes schools to serve the most vulnerable students. Take Thrive as an example. We serve 900 students. 1 out of 5 of our kids has an IEP. Not only do we serve more students with disabilities, we outperform our neighborhood schools with similar populations and have significantly higher rates of inclusion. 98% of our students are fully included, including our moderate severe students. We're unlike any other program in San Diego, serving the most vulnerable populations. Last month, the State Board of Education failed to reach a decision on our renewal. This limbo is detrimental not only to children at Thrive, but it's symbolic of a larger issue, the impact that impacts students in alternative placements all over California. Nearly 20% of students at Thrive have an IEP. 80% of our students come in significantly below grade level. The average 8th grader comes in 4 to 5 years behind. The average 10th grader, 7 years behind. That's why they come to us, because they need a different placement. They leave and it's not appropriate to expect students to reach proficiency within 1 year. When analyzing our petition, San Diego Unified, the CDE, and the State Board of Education said they felt their hands were tied, that the outdated accountability system was just not fitting kids. Well, they even apologized to us. While I appreciate their sentiments, their hopes and prayers are not enough to solve this problem. Students have found a safe harbor at Thrive for a reason, and that is now being threatened. Tomorrow it might be another school, other children. It doesn't have to be us. We are penalizing the few alternatives families have that are working for them. It's unacceptable that our accountability system doesn't provide insight into the single most important measure for kids: growth. IEPs are built around students' current levels, but our accountability system ignores that. It impacts us not only because kids are making growth, but because they're multiple grade levels behind. More importantly, our system is disincentivizing schools from serving children with disabilities. As a mother, that's hugely concerning to me. Thrive's working well. Hundreds of educators from around the nations come to visit us. We were selected as one of 5 models of inclusion nationally celebrated by the National Center of Special Education. We were one of 50 organizations internationally highlighted for our work in social emotional learning. When I told people the concerns and the jeopardy we were facing, I had 3 responses. 1, educators told me that I should have just picked easier kids to serve. Unacceptable. 2, others were outraged that our accountability system is not updated. And 3, parents were heartbroken and felt it was their fault that our school wasn't doing well. I request a meeting with the Director of Special Education to help problem solve this, because this is a systemic problem. Thank you.
Up next, we have Wilhelmina Bradley.
Hi. My son attends Thrive. This year was his first year. He has been at a district school since preschool, and I pulled him out this year to attend Thrive, which just happened to fall into my lap. He is doing amazing at this school. He's not being bullied, he's not eloping, he's eating his lunch. He's also high-functioning autistic. Thrive has been like the best thing that has happened to my son. I don't know what I'm gonna do if they take this school away from my son and my family. He could never go back to San Diego Unified School District. We were there, we couldn't get the services that he needed. From my experience with my daughter, who also has a TBI, and my son who's autistic, there's a lack of asked to take a high quality education for students with special needs at the district. Students with IEPs are mainstream but not fully included, meaning that they might be in general ed classes, but they don't have access to general ed education curriculum. Accommodations aren't being met. There's no collaboration with special ed or general ed teachers. IEP services are written based on how many days SPED staff are present and not students' needs. And when you push for your kids to get the services they need, then the aides are the ones that are providing the services, but they aren't qualified or trained to provide these services. Each year, there's a ton of movement of special ed staff, and so there's no consistency, and the movement is based on number of years in the district without a thought of students' needs and who would best serve which student. My son's case manager, when he was at this school district, was great, but SPED was not funded, so she was only on a campus once a week because she was at 3 to 4 different schools. I envisioned after a week of my son being at Thrive and his growth that he was going to graduate from this school, and now it's in limbo, and I have no idea what I'm going to do with my son, but I do know that he'll never go back to San Diego Unified School District, and we're just asking for your help to change this for all kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Lizzie Savage Gedry, Director of Special Education, Thrive Public Schools.
Hello, Commissioners. My name,
You're good.
Okay. My name is Lizzie Savage Gidry, and I'm the Director of Special Education. Oh, okay. That's much better. It's fancy. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Okay. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Lizzie Savage Gidry, and I'm the Director of Special Education at Thrive Public Schools. There's been much debate about reading instruction over the years. At Thrive, what we know is teaching an evidence-based approach explicitly to our students with disabilities puts them on track to be reading on grade level before they graduate. I've seen firsthand how Thrive's 3-tiered literacy instruction has challenged and impacted our students with disabilities learning, both academically and emotionally. When I think of this, I think of a student named Kay. She came to Thrive reading at a kindergarten grade level as a 3rd grader. She was angry, she was frustrated, and she was embarrassed about her reading skills. Across the course of 1 year, she demonstrated 2 years' growth in her reading. Her behavior shifted to one of enjoyment and love for her learning. All this to say that Kay would not have made this academic and emotional growth if she had not attended Thrive. I have similar stories of students reading 3 to 5 years below grade level, making up to 2 years' growth because of their exposure to our reading instruction. These students are on track to be reading at grade level and to be exited from special education services prior to graduation. And they're on track to have jobs for employment, possibly post-secondary careers, college. It's beautiful. Thrive has provided these students with disabilities access to the basic learning that many of us take for granted when attending school, the ability to read and access their learning. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you.
Next, we have Stacy Ruddick, Parent, Thrive.
Hi, nice to see you guys today. So my name is Stacy Ruddick, and I have 3 children with Angelman syndrome and special education needs. My children have complex communication needs, and my children attend Thrive. I'm sorry. So today I want to talk to you about Thrive Public Schools. I enrolled my daughter Olivia there. Sorry, somebody called me. I enrolled my daughter there last school year after having to homeschool her the prior year. And as a parent who has 3 children with IEPs, I've never experienced a more energetic, understanding, and empathetic school team as I did with Thrive. Over the year, Thrive has proved to be the best thing I've done for Olivia's education. My daughter is now meeting IEP goals and is fully included in school. This year I enrolled both of my boys there also. They all attend the same school now, and Thrive is a K through 12 school, which means that my kids will get to graduate with the same friends that they have made there. If Thrive closes, my kids will have nowhere to go. They can't go back to San Diego Unified School District. My children have been harmed in San Diego Unified School District, have been mistreated and not educated. In the 6th grade, my daughter was given pre-K schoolwork to do instead of somebody actually modifying the schoolwork as her IEP stated. I finally pulled her when I discovered that she was being secluded in the special ed room when she wasn't supposed to be there at all in her schedule. Due to injuries and neglect, when my boys were in school, I couldn't allow them to go to school if there was going to be a substitute and their paras weren't there. I've brought photos of some of the injuries that happened to my son, and I brought schoolwork that they gave my daughter. I also brought photos of Thrive and with friends at Thrive, and my daughter is now meeting her IEP goals. It's the best thing that I could have ever done. I'm one of those parents who kids have harmed Thrive, and its closing is partly my kids' fault because they accepted my kids there. They tested my kids like everybody else, but because of that and their low scores, testing scores, Thrive is not being looked upon as the school that it really is. We would like to ask for a meeting with the Director of Special Education to discuss this further so that they can see what Thrive really is, what it's doing for kids and my family. I will homeschool my kids next year, and believe me, none of us want that. My kids don't, I don't want that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Phyllis Perlroth, Special Education Coordinator, Thrive.
Hi, my name is Phyllis Perlroth, and I'm the Special Education Coordinator at Thrive. Children with autism are the fastest growing segment in special education, both in California and nationally. As a result, much research has been done about how early interventions impact children on the autism spectrum. At Thrive, 35 students out of our 180 students with an IEP have a primary disability of autism. Educating teachers, parents, and administrators about autism is a huge part of our responsibilities. Evidence-based strategies work. Now I gotta find my place again. When implemented with fidelity, children who have significant communication deficits and social skill impairments have demonstrated significant progress. Currently, Thrive has 13 students with autism who require one-to-one support. Of those 13, 9 require ABA services and interventions for their behavior. Thrive, along with the support of the El Dorado SELPA and our contracting agencies, have implemented best practices in order to provide access to the general education curriculum. As a result of this model, children are learning to read, write, and complete math at grade level or above. One of our students came to Thrive in 2018. He is an African-American middle school student who had come out of a special day class setting. Dee's mother wanted him to be in the general education classroom as she knew her son had the ability to learn at a much higher level than what the local school district had assumed. As a result of the interventions this year, his high level of elopement and vocal protest have decreased significantly. And some days the data shows they are at 0. He has a bright future now because of the strategies that Thrive has implemented for him. Numerous studies have documented the high unemployment rate for people with autism. According to a MarketWatch article dated April 2nd, 2019, 85% of college graduates with autism are unemployed. Put another way, the public schools are failing our students with autism. My ask is to meet with the Director of Special Education to shine a light on what Thrive is currently doing and what innovative practices need to happen in the future so this very talented pool of young people become gainfully employed or have the ability to go to college one day. Thank you so much for taking time to listen to me.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sherry Swepston, Parent Thrive.
Hello, I'm Sherry Swepston. I'm a parent at Thrive. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to our stories. And more importantly, thank you so much for making sure our children have the opportunity for an equal education. I have 2 children with special needs. I've been advocating for both of them for over 11 years now in the San Diego Unified School District. My daughter is considered mod severe and she is developmentally delayed, and my son has dyslexia and dysgraphia. I have personal experience with many educational different settings over the years looking for what's best for both of my children. They each have very different needs. Thrive has been our solution and for so many families, and I'm here to ask for your help. Based on my experience and the experience of many families that I know in San Diego, there is not equity in education for kids with special needs in San Diego Unified. The population of children is being failed, and I know this because I have lived it, and so many of our friends. We need a solution. Our experience at Thrive has been very different. My son's teachers take time to get to know him personally. They make him feel loved, accepted, and successful. His entire IEP team are my allies, and I cannot tell you how refreshing and amazing that feels. We are a team. My son, after 3 years at Thrive, has not only caught up, but is beyond grade level in reading. He is now at grade level or above in all areas. He loves to read more than anything, and I cannot tell you what a gift it is to have a child with dyslexia that loves to read. He is confident and happy. I have been active in volunteering at Thrive over the last 3 years, and I have seen with my own eyes how all children at Thrive are included, and not only included and treated as part of the community, but offered a meaningful access to curriculum. It's amazing. There's nothing else like it that I have found, and trust me, I have spent a lot of time looking. I can tell you with 100% certainty that Thrive is different. The staff and teachers are getting it right. I can tell you that Thrive closing is going to hurt children, and especially the students with special needs, and we need to fix this. I'm here today to ask for your help. Our kids with special needs are not being well served in San Diego Unified. How are we going to help these families? What can be done? We are requesting a meeting with the Director of Special Education, and we are here to be part of the solution. When a model for inclusive education serving vulnerable students is being closed because of proficiency scores, that's not okay. We need to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, like I said at the beginning, it is hard to hear feedback and not be able to engage directly with all of you. I appreciate the trek that you made to share the experiences that you've had, and appreciate you leaving your contact information, and encourage you to stay and continue to engage with us today. And it sounds like you might be here tomorrow, so welcome you tomorrow. Okay, commissioners, we are moving on to item number 12. This is our preparation for the trip to the Capitol tomorrow. Matt, would you like to walk us through?
First, just a couple things. First off, for tomorrow, a couple, Kayla, you'll be in Summer's group. We made just to even out the groups, and then Nikki, we're gonna put you. We'll have you go with Mildred's group. I have packets for everyone for tomorrow, which will include the stuff that we worked on today. We are meeting at the south entrance to the Capitol, which I have provided a map. It's being passed around, both satellite version and the just map version from Google Maps, with a beautiful red Sharpie line that I created myself from the CDE to where we'll be meeting. It's at 11th and N. Yes, it's very professional. I do a professional job when I do this. Yeah, just we're between 15th and 14th, and you're going to 11th.
Actually, where to go?
Just want to make sure no one got lost. It's, it's a grid, but you never know. So at 8:55, when we get there, I will have packets for the group leaders, along with information for your 2 meetings that are happening between 9 and 10:15. Thank you all. Thank you to the group leaders for scheduling these meetings. Really appreciate that. Took a little bit off my load. And then at 10:10, I will be at the Rotunda, waiting for groups to arrive. You can arrive early and, entertain me if you'd like. Because at 10:15 we have a meeting in room 125 with Assembly Education staff, and I want to make sure everyone gets there. So we'll meet at the Rotunda. People who are running behind, just kind of, I'll go back out, even though I'm on a cane. And then from there, we have a little time between that meeting and our next 2 meetings, which will be at 11 and 11:30 respectively, and we'll all be together for those. In your packets, which I think we went over in O&P, but I don't think we talked about here, we have a copy of the EDGE from the fall. We have the annual report for ACSE from this past year. We have information from the website, the web pages, some information on the LCAP subgroups overlap with students with disabilities, some information from the SUMS initiative and MTSS, which I think we've talked about enough, so I can use the acronyms. And then my business card, since I try to funnel everything through me, but feel free to give your own personal business card if you prefer. Anything else that I can't remember? And then whatever else we decide to put in from what was agreed upon today. I think that's it. Anything else you'd like me to go over?
Thank you, Matt. So let me just talk about the day a little bit. So if we look at the agenda, we are meeting first with, let's see, we're starting with your individual meetings. And do you have that, or when will folks get their individual meetings, Matt?
So, like I said, packets will be handed out at when we meet at 8:55 tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Each group leader will get a packet with we'll get a bundle with 2 packets, so one for each of your meetings, along with schedules for each of the members of your group, just in case anyone has to go to the bathroom or whatever, has to go do something, they can meet up in the next meeting.
Very nice. Okay, so you're going to get your individual meetings in the morning, and you can quickly look up what committees your legislators are on. Most likely you're meeting with those legislators that you are constituents of. So it's always good to be informed who you're talking to and what committees they are expressly interested in. Then we will be meeting with Tanya Lieberman from Assembly Education. And again, a key policy person that is well-versed in special education issues and interested in what you have to say. Then we're meeting with staff from the governor's office, again, well-versed in special education, care about what you have to say. And then, as we heard earlier, meeting with staff from the Pro Tem and the Senate Ed committees. So just want to empower you, right? If we look at the charge that is in the Education Code, it says the commission shall study and provide assistance to advise the state board, the superintendent, the legislature, and the governor in new or continuing areas of research, program development, and evaluation in special ed. And then it goes into listing exactly what you do. You are the experts. And so as you go in tomorrow, you will be armed with what your pillars are. What are the pillars of the commission? What do we care about? And the reason we care about it is because we want policy that reflects what we care about. We are the experts. As the policymakers are making policy, we want them to have all students in mind. So the back of the policy document will have the specifics about how we want them to think through serving all kids. So know that when you go in, who are you? Talk about who you are. What is the commission? We are the research arm of the governor, the state board, the superintendent, and the legislature. We have some pillars of priority areas that we need them to know about because we would like them to focus on those areas. When they're making policy, we have a rubric that we would like them to think through, or essential questions, right? We got rid of the word rubric. Essential guiding questions that we would like them to think through in order to ensure all kids are represented in the policy that they're putting forth. And then finally, and that'll take a few minutes, but then finally ask them questions. What is on their mind? What issues are in front of them that they care about? And again, we talked earlier about figuring out how to further define whether or not we say vote a certain way on a specific bill, but you should feel very confident saying we feel strongly about more funding, more professional development, whatever else is on those pillars. Feel confident and comfortable in that because you are the experts. And let them know that we are available to inform them as they are moving forward in the legislative process. And so we will then, so you'll have this in their packets too, is that right, Matt? This is the statute that defines what the commission is.
Yeah, correct. That will be in there as well with
Perfect.
the talking points on the back.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and there's a question, what role do you play in the Advisory Commission on Special Ed? And so again, we are making sure that we are a research arm and an advisory body on issues that are important to them as they're creating policy. So, and then we will have the opportunity to hear from the Assembly, the Governor's Office, and the Senate. And it's a fair question to ask them. Given where we are in the legislative process, what do you need from us in the policy process? What questions do you want us to take back and be considering? What additional information and engagement would you like from us, your research arm? So, questions, excitement. And then we will go to lunch on your own, not in the Capitol like we did last year. Have lunch on your own, and then we'll meet back here at 1:30 to do a debrief, and then finish up the rest of our meeting. Questions, comments, thoughts? Okay, commissioners, we are at the end of our agenda. Matt, do we have any additional comments?
We do not.
Okay.
Nope.
This isn't something on the agenda, but it's something I think that needs to be brought up, and several of the commissioners have expressed a similar concern, and that is that it's taking over 6+ months for us to get reimbursed for our expenses coming to these meetings. And when we're coming from Southern California and you're using an airplane ticket, it can be quite costly. And so for me, I'm coming up to my third meeting without being reimbursed, and I know several other people have had it. So had that same situation. They've had it, but they've also had the same situation. So if there's somebody that we need to speak with, or, you know, I know that several people have tried to go through the business office. So it would just be nice if we could figure out something so that they're not inundated by each of us individually, but that we get some resolution.
Thank you for bringing that up, Sarah. We can, Matt, maybe you and I can talk after the meeting. We can get an update for folks for tomorrow.
Not by tomorrow.
And one of the things we talked about, maybe having a briefing with you all, with some of our fiscal folks, because of the new fiscal. It's so much more specific now in terms of how, if there's one thing that's off or something, before we could kind of fix it. Everything, I don't want to say fix it meaning fix it, but fix it like if there's an error or something like that. We just need to make sure that everyone is well versed in how to fill everything out properly, so we don't have to go back and then it gets sent back to the, gets held up in traffic. So I think we can do it probably on both sides, make sure you're well armed to not have it get stuck in the system somewhere, and then we can work from our end to just keep better tabs on it. How about that? Okay.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, other questions, comments, commissioners, thoughts on the day, things we should chat about before we depart? You did good work today. Nobody's jumping. All right, well, with that, we will adjourn, and we will see you back here first thing in the morning at, we will see you
8:55.
8:55. Now, Matt, let me just clarify. This says meet here at 8:55. That means at the X.
Yes, at the entrance to the Capitol.
South entrance to the Capitol. All right, guys, have a great night.